Friday. It is May 7th, 2021, and we are almost to market open here very shortly. My name is Corey, and I am host of Pop the Charts. We got everything from AMC, GameStop, we got HOFV, we got YSKey, we got Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Doge. We got all the cryptos up in here. Yes, we got Cost, BlackBerry, Savara, CSCW, CIDM, DLPN, and a whole lot more. I got live news to your right, in real time, updated from multiple sources. Also news at the bottom of your screen. First and foremost, I am not a financial advisor. I cannot tell you what to do with your money. You got to invest in the market at your own risk, but I will give you the most educated information that I can give you so that you can make the most educated decision in the markets. All right. I am so pumped. I'm ready. AMC, look at it. Pre-market. It's up 2.78%. And if you didn't catch it yesterday, we had the AMC earnings right here on my channel. And I want to say thank you to everybody that was there yesterday for that. That was an epic show. It was awesome. And I want to say special thanks to the 74 subscribers that I got yesterday. Thank you. Appreciate it. You are the reason I do this, and I am ready to go. We are just a hair over 3 minutes until market open as AMC starts to take off today. I'm excited. I want to see where it goes. I think after yesterday's earnings, you're going to see a big day today. Also, I think tomorrow's the Elon Musk Dogecoin. It's going to be on SNL tomorrow night, so I may do a special show for that. I'm setting something up for that, all right? I'm trying to set something up for a Saturday Night Live special tomorrow night with Elon Musk and Doge, and so I'm giving you a little heads up on that early. So, yes, put that in your little Rolodex right here, just in your little memory, and remember that, because I'm going to try to see if I can get something squared away for that. So, are you ready for this Friday? I'm ready for this Friday. Let's get it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Pop the Chart. Ooh, CIDM hit the news. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, boom, boom. CIDM announces overall corporate debt reduction of $44.2 million. We get some news. I was just talking about CIDM. I just mentioned CIDM. And here we are with the news. And I will have that for you just a second. I gotta grab a drink of water. Yeah, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we're under 2 minutes. Oh, I'm gonna see CIDM is about to take up 3.28% of the pre-market. Excuse me. So, let me pull the music back just a hair here. We got that, yeah, CIDM announced today that it's that over the past 12 months, the company has reduced its total outstanding debt balance by $44.2 million, or 89%, to a current balance of $5.7 million from the $49.9 million at March 31st of 2020. That's epic. And I'll read the continuing of the story because we're at 1 minute. I'm gonna get the countdown. We'll get into the market, and then I will finish that story. And we are gonna pull up CIDM right off the bat. I want to see that right off the bat, CIDM, and see where it goes with the news. It's already hitting a little pop on the chart right there. And we'll keep you updated on that. Also, for those of you that are popping in, make sure you say hi in the live chats. Come on in, say hi, introduce yourself. Also, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Feel free to join the channel. Like I said, I do the show each day, market open through market close. And we are under 30 seconds. I will get you that countdown. We're going to see how this Friday open is on this May 7th, 2021. And ladies and gentlemen, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that opening bell, ladies and gentlemen. Friday is underway. Let's go. All right, AMC taking a little, this is fighting. is fighting GameStop. Taking a look at it, it's just kind of flat if you think about it. Like it's been hanging right in that little flat mark. CIDM. Oh, there's a wide range green candle bar showing up on my screen right now after that news article just hit. So let's see. Let's see if that thing takes off on the open. It's already, look at this. You got a nice 15 moving away from the 200 EMA. There could be some money made on CIDM today. And I am in on CIDM, so I'm excited about that. All right, let's see here. HOFV, it's kind of get some green. Let's see what happened to. Let's watch it. All right. All right, so let's get this. Let's get into this news right here for the for CIDM. It says the company achieved this significant debt reduction milestone by converting 15 million in convertible notes to equity, retiring the 8.2 million of second lien debt, repaying 8.7 million of digital cinema non-recourse debt, and 14.4 million in revolver debt. These actions have significantly reduced the company's annual interest expense. The company continues to improve its balance sheet with a current total debt balance of 5.7 million, which includes a PPP loan of 2.1 million, which the company has submitted its application for forgiveness, 3.5 million in non-recourse debt in the legacy digital cinema business and revolving credit facility with East West Bank. The that currently has a balance of 0.1 million. In addition, a portion of CIDM's recent $10.8 million in sale of digital cinema projection systems to the American Multi-Cinema Incorporated, which is another AMC, by the way, announced on March 26, 2021, will be utilized to eliminate the remaining 3.5 million equipment debt balance in non-recourse digital cinema debt. Under the terms of the AMC deal, the equipment will be sold over time, and the consideration will be payable in portions upon each separate sale, which will occur at various dates through January 2023. Following the equipment sale to AMC, CIDM continues to own an additional 1,000 projection systems that the company is exploring opportunities to lease or sell to theatrical exhibitors. It says CIDM is at a pivotal moment as we invest in high growth and digital streaming assets while also monetizing our digital cinema assets, said Gary Lafredo, president and COO of CIDM. We have been successful at completely changing the complexion of our balance sheet, adding significant cash and eliminating over 44 million of debt since March 31st, 2020. We intend to continue to reduce the relatively small remaining debt balances in this fiscal year. He continued, this progress is important because it shows we are executing against our strategy, including our goal to significantly deliver and reduce interest expense. With our balance sheet strengthened, we have positioned the company to acquire additional high potential streaming growth assets beyond the 5 acquisitions we have made since October 2020. Where we picked up 4 new streaming channels, approximately 15,000 films and TV episodes, a streaming technology company, and a base of future operations in South Asia. By becoming a leader in the streaming content business, we are enabling the company to earn a significantly higher multiple of revenue in the capital markets. So there you go. Yeah, buddy. CIDM reducing that debt and setting herself up for success. Boom. All right. Let's see. As we zoom in here, get a little closer so we can see where everything's moving at right now. As we're just a couple minutes into the market here, I'm gonna update my movers gainers tool. Let's get it into the regular hours here because it takes a few minutes before it actually updates. So we'll get into that. And of course, the mover, by the way, OCGN, which I'll pull up here. OCGN, they have earnings today, and it's starting to kind of pull up on earnings. So I believe I am going to set up an earnings call for that later today. That seems to be my plan. So I might set up a OCGN earnings call for later today because they do have earnings, and I'm interested to see what they do. But look at it, bouncing right off that 784 mark that I previously checked on. A little G-dub, and it's heading up. So you might see some movement in OCGN today with the earnings. By the way, if you missed it, if you missed yesterday's AMC earnings, by the way, if you missed it, you need to go watch that because it was hilarious. It was epic. It was epic. It was, I mean, I had some funny moments too. So you definitely need to go back, rewind, and check that out. So make sure you do that. At some point today, this evening, sometime, go back, take some time, and watch the AMC earnings show from yesterday. It was epic. Well, speaking of look at AMC, it's headed up. Rick says first like. Oh, thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Rick. You got it. You got it. You got the first like in there. Rock solid. I should say Rick solid. Speaking of AMC, look at it. It's taking off. Boom, boom, boom. See you later. 4.33%. I told you after Adam Aaron gave that epic speech yesterday. I'm not surprised to see this thing take off. And just FYI, you may hear me mute every once in a while because I'm at that point of like getting over a very small cold, right? Like a very small one. But it's at that point of where I keep having to cough here and there. I'm like, ugh. So I'm at that. I'm like a day or two away from it being gone. So I'm just like trying to get over it. So you may see me do that, or you might hear me cough every now and then, but that's why, or my voice might go a little funky. So it's I'm not getting sick. I already was sick, and now I'm just getting over it. So FYI. Let's see here. Rick says buffering. Are you having some issues with the buffering there? Sometimes it does that with YouTube. And the easiest way to fix that is just drag it back just a hair and play it from there. Because what it'll do is it'll allow you to it'll it to buffer, ahead. So it does suck because you gotta watch on a little bit of a delay, but it does help from having to deal with the waiting on the stream. So that's just a tip. It happens sometimes on YouTube. It really all just depends on internet connections and so forth and so on. But I'm keeping an eye on my movers and gators. Not really see it too much right now to kick off the day. But I flip, like I said, OCGN. I'm going to follow that a little later on. I'm probably going to do the earnings call for that later today. And then I may set up, and I got to figure out how to do it without getting copyright, right? That's the big thing. But I want to do the Elon Musk Doge. I want to do the SNL show for tomorrow night. I want to do some type of special with that, but I'm trying to figure out how to do that without getting hit with copyright, right? Because they will hit you. And so that's going to be the Rick says, good, you are back. Oh, yeah. Is it working now? Is it working for you? I don't know what happened there. It's working on my end. I think it's just internet. Sometimes it does that with YouTube. But if you scroll back just a hair, sometimes that helps. That helps. So there you go. But yeah, Elon Musk tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, SNL with Doge. Speaking of Doge, Dogecoin 60 cents right now. They're saying this thing could hit $1 by tomorrow. They're saying this thing with the Elon Musk hype that this thing could go to $1 tomorrow. So I'm crossing my fingers because I'm in on it, right? I'm in on it, all right? So I'm in on this Doge extravaganza. I'm ready for it. So I think tomorrow would be kind of cool to do that. Do a SNL special. So I'll have to set that up. I just don't know if I can play it. That's the biggest thing, because if I play it on a screen or the audio of it, they tend to hit you with a copyright thing. So a flag, and that doesn't really help your channel very much. So like but at the same time, it would be cool to be able to play it with the stock chart all on the screen and, you know, talking and so forth and so on. You know, that would be phenomenal. I'm just afraid that if I do it, then I'm gonna get hit with copyright. So we'll see. I gotta figure something out. I'm gonna do some research on that and see what I could do to make something cool out of it, right? Because that's a big event tomorrow. CIDM has got a nice, if you look at the 15, it's got a nice where it's kind of just slow ascending level support right there. And CIDM just came out and said that they reduced a whole lot of debt. They just announced that. It came across the news feed just a little bit ago. Yeah, so I would not be surprised to see CIDM start to take off today, because that's huge news. I mean, they reduced a lot. What's the total number? There's a 44 million. What does this say? I had to find it. It just came across a little bit ago. I might have to type it in. Yeah, I'll type it in. I think I read 44 million. Is that what I said? 44.2 million. Yes, 44.2 million in reduced debt. That's insane. Well, one thing about it, I'm seeing a lot of green on today. Today's like not necessarily on the on my net in my portfolio, but today. And that's just because yesterday was a rough day in the market. I mean, everything was red. So I'm not surprised to see some green today. By the way, thank you for hitting the like button. Thank you, appreciate it so much. It means a lot. Thank you. It does help the algorithm if you do click that like button. Let's YouTube know, hey, this person exists. Yo, he can breathe. He's breathing. RHE. Let's take a look at it. RHE. Regional Health. Look at that. Nice. RHE. 40-something%. See you. Good night. That thing is running. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing is on a tear. That is beautiful. Look at that. See ya. That's a nice run. That thing is moving. Look at the level 2s. They're going bananas. Bananas. RHE. Regional Health Properties not seeing news to justify move higher. Reminder, stock has been a low float name. Has 1.5 million shares in its float. So there you go. Whew. Regional Health. Previous close $14.98. If I'm not mistaken, this is one I ran the other day that was like at like $9. And now it's, look, that's insane. Like if I go back a couple days, I think it was like, well, yeah, look at this. This is over days. Boom, boom. I mean, it's just stepping up. Look at this. $4. Let's see. Yesterday. Well, here I can look at the actual date. The 29th. The 29th. Look at that. It was like $4. That's insane. Ugh. If you bought in, if you were into that like prior to this week, you are making some money. That's insane. It's always crazy to see like somebody just like in a stock and it's like buy into it like when it was like super low, and then all of a sudden they just wake up one day and it's like boom, like insane, and they're just like, ah! They're like screaming like a little schoolgirl. Oh, that's exactly what my reaction would be if I woke up in like AMC moon or like HOFV moon or any one of those. I would just be like screaming like a little schoolgirl. Woo. I just like seeing the screen. This is epic. I mean, nice. AMC's looking solid. 955. It's moving. Look at that. It's starting to move away from that 200. Yeah. Hi-Fi says Papa in the house. What up, Hi-Fi? How you doing? Hey, yo. Did you have a chance to look? Did you have a chance to see what happened yesterday? Did you take a little look-see? Did you take a peek-see? Hi-Fi knows. You gotta know what I'm talking about. You gotta know what I'm talking about. I think if you didn't get a chance, Hi-Fi, take some time. In what arena? Okay. Excuse me. I apologize for the coughing or whatever. I'm at that spot of getting over that cold where it's just like just trying to, it's almost gone. So I keep like hacking. But anyway, if you did not get a chance, you need to go back, take some time, sometime tonight, whatever, this weekend, and watch the AMC earnings call that I had yesterday. Well, just watch it. There are some moments on there where you're gonna laugh. There are some moments on there where you're just gonna go, wow. And then just hearing Adam Aaron's speech is insane. I mean, it was insane. So I had so much fun yesterday on that call. That call, the call went on for a full. I mean, typically they end about an hour. And so I had my pre-show up to it, and then I had almost a full hour show afterwards. Like, people were just hanging in there. Like, it was insane. But the thing I was talking about was I got 74 subs yesterday on that majority all from that from that show. I mean, it was massive. Like, it was just massive. It was just one of those things, like, everybody was pumped and jazzed, and like honestly, if I could have just kept going last night, I would have. If I could have just kept going, like with that show, I would have went all night. But I had to visit my family, right? And my family's home. They want to eat dinner. They're waiting on me, and so I had to jump off. But man, I would have kept that show going all night. I was so pumped about it last night. That was epic. And then look at AMC now. Check it out. Look at it. After everything that they said yesterday on the call, I mean, it literally, like, from all the numbers, everybody was saying, like, hedge funds are beeped. That's what I was getting. Like, the hedgies are in trouble. That's what they're saying. The hedgies are in trouble because 3.2 million individual investors. That was huge. 2.9 billion, I think it was, in like I guess cash. It's just sitting to the side or whatever. I think it's what I'm trying to think of it. If it's what they call it, free cash flow, whatever the heck it was. It's like 2.9 billion, which is huge. It's like, I was like, oh my lord. I mean, it just keeps increasing. Like, the money's just like, they literally could pay off. They could pay off their debt. Like, literally just pay off all the remaining part of their debt and have money. But they're just saving it because they believe that the money that they're gonna make is gonna pay that off, and the other money's just gonna sit there, and they can use that in the future for the company. So I'm like, that's crazy. That's insane. Anyway, it's like, nice. I know, right? So I don't know, almost 7% today already. 961 on AMC. I'm telling you, this thing's gonna start skyrocket. People are gonna start getting in. I think AMC's like easily next week. Like, I'm seriously like, about to like buy some calls. I'm telling you. I think AMC is like $11 next week, in my opinion. $11. And if everything goes as planned, I gotta figure out how to do it. But I'm gonna try to do the SNL. I'm trying to do an SNL show tomorrow with the Elon Musk Doge thing. I think I'm gonna try to do some type of special for tomorrow. But I gotta figure out how to do it without getting copyright infringement. Copyright flagged from YouTube. So I might just have to watch it and then just talk about it. but it's hard to just talk about stuff like SNL is one of those things, like you need to see it, right? Like you need to be able to see what's going on. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? Put it in live chat. Do I just say bring on the flags and just play it? Just bring on the flags. All of a sudden my channel just gets boom shut down in like 2 seconds. Oh man, RHE's been moving, but take a look at ears. It's moving right now too. Ears, look at it. Oh wait, that, are you sure that, man, they look identical, don't they? They do. Look at RHE and look at ears. Same chart, almost. They look identical. Let's look at the day chart. Oh, nope, not the same. Look at this. Look at RHE. That's just crazy. This thing's going like parabolic or something. Look at that. %, 40%. I mean, they're like running together. All right. Oh, ships at $1.10. Ships starting to turn back around a little bit. I'm seeing green today. That's all that matters. I'm seeing green in my portfolio, which is better than what I was seeing. Man, it's getting kind of blah there for a minute. I'm just wondering if eyes is gonna start moving, because usually when ears is moving, eyes starts moving. Of course, ICE is down 7% right now. Here's is going. Look at it go. I mean, that's just gorgeous. I mean, you're seeing RHE's kind of starting to turn a little. But EARS is just going strong. It's heading up. Says Gordon Haskett upgrades Wayfair to buy, announces a $400 price target, currently sitting at $298.28. So that's a huge price target on Wayfair. I mean, it's $102. So there you go. S&P 500 futures marked a new all-time high at 4,218.50 this morning. So check that out. S&P 500 futures got an all-time high this morning. We're breaking records. Things are moving. We just need every one of these stocks just to explode. I'm gonna be going crazy. You start seeing me going nuts like I did yesterday. Ooh, LMFA got halted. Let's take a look at it. LMFA halted on a circuit breaker. Ooh. Moving on up. Halted on a circuit breaker. LM funding. It says LM funding America shares resumed. So it was halted previously. It resumed, halted again. Roku just got upgraded to a $450 price target as well. Check that out. It's at $325. So you're seeing some big price targets coming out. I tell you one, we've been following the HOFV train, and I read an article, I think it was yesterday, that said HOFV, they got a price target, a low of like $16, I think, or $15, and a high of like $26. So it's like somewhere in that area, they're saying that that's where that stock's going to go. Currently setting at $3.46, and this is a price target of sometime within the next 12 months. So they're saying basically within this next year that thing's going to like skyrocket. And I'm like, I'm in on that. I'm waiting for that to happen. That would be huge. Huge. I'll take that. Now you can see ears starting to do a little bit of what RHE did, where it just starts to kind of consolidate back. You guys just gotta watch that 15. So when it starts to kind of peel back below it, then that's when you start to be like, oh, it's pretty much done. But like, if it bounces off of it, continues upward, that's a different story. IHT's moving too. So let's take a look at IHT really quick. Look at it. Man, we got some movers this morning. And they all seem to be in the hospital. Regional Health, Ears, Institutes, they're all moving. Juan says, I'm back in HOFV with 1,200 shares. Get it, Juan. Good morning, by the way. Welcome back to the show. Yo, yesterday's AMC show, that was epic, wasn't it? That was absolutely epic. Juan was there for that. Juan got the AMC experience yesterday. Yeah, we're not a dead cat, he says. That was... Oh, I was eating that up yesterday. I was eating that up. I love it. I hope somebody shows that to Trey. I really do. I hope someone shows it to him. I was so pumped yesterday. I got excited. That's probably I sound like a little funky today. I think it's I'm like getting over that cold, right? Like yesterday I was all jazzed or whatever. I think it was my COVID vaccine, right? I had the vaccines the day after the vaccine. I'm all pumped up and jazzed. Then today it's like I'm coming down off the vaccine. I'm like, it's like I'm coming down off the Pfizer. Oh, we got to resume right here. Nope. No, I thought it... Did it? Did it resume? Oh, I thought it resumed. Let's halt it again quickly. By the way, so I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it here in a minute. I'm gonna play Trey. If you haven't seen it, you gotta see it. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, Trey's hilarious. But I was so excited to see his reaction, like to his on his video, just from like his opening. And I'm gonna play it here in a minute. I'll pull that up. I just want to see if this thing resumes and see where it hits real quick, and then I'll pull that up. But y'all got to see this. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's like the hospital side of things is just the medical industry, the health industry is just like blowing up this morning. Look at IHT, it's up 100%. Look at it go. I mean, they're all going nuts. Regional Health, IHT, Ears, they're all going insane. They're all moving. If you're invested in the health sector today, you're making some moolah. All right, while we're waiting for that to resume, I have to go let my dog in. She's outside barking. I just heard her. I don't know if y'all heard that. All right, I'm gonna go let her in before the neighbors go crazy. Be right back. 1 second. All righty, yeah. All right. Oh, it resumed. You got halted again. Just like halted again. Oh, that happens. All right. So, for those of you that, I gotta give you that. I gotta play it. I gotta find it. I gotta get. Where's it at? I gotta bring up Trey from Trey's Trades. I gotta play at least just the opening bit from yesterday. It's hilarious. Oh, this is so funny. All right, so to give you a little rundown for those of you who missed it. So Trey from Trey's Trades. So if another YouTuber, he did an interview with Adam Aaron, the CEO of AMC, not too awful long ago, like a week or two ago, a couple weeks ago. Anyway, so this interview went insane, right? So we're on the earnings call yesterday. We're listening to Adam Aaron, and Adam Aaron basically says, when after asked about, he was asked about the basically someone kind of asked the question of, with the proxy vote right now, do you all of your investors are wanting to not add extra shares to the extra shares, but the board is kind of saying that they want to do it, but all of your investors are kind of saying no. So where do we go from here was kind of the question. Adam basically answered and said, like the investors, they are the owners of the company. So they said like they are the owners of the company. So basically talking about, kind of going into it about how, we, the 3.2 million investors, whatever, individual investors, like, we own the company, so we make the decisions, is kind of what he was saying. And then he was like, it's crazy. He's like, you don't even understand. He goes into this rant. He talks about how, you can't even get 4 minutes or 5 minutes on CNBC, but I can do an interview with YouTube and get 90 minutes. And he starts talking about the interview. He doesn't say Trey's name, but everybody knows it was the interview with Trey, right? And he's like, but there's 200,000 people on there. He's like, and they thumbs it up and everything. So I'm all like pumped, right? Because I'm doing my not a dead cat thing. Like, I'm just so pumped up because I'm like, that's awesome for Trey, right? Like, that's huge. Like he, the fact that he talked about that, that was special to him. And so I just kind of was curious. I was like, after I get off the stream, I need to go back and see what Trey's reaction was. Because I know that reaction is going to be absolutely epic. And I was waiting for it. And, let me pull up the... Alright, hold on, there's an ad and I can't play that or I'll get hit with it. Alright, here we go. Let me bring this out and drag it over so you can see it. This is so funny. Oh, it figures it's gonna do that. Alright, here it is. Alright, here it is. I had to crank this up. Here we go. Here we go. Listen to this. Listen, this is how he starts the video. I love this. I love this.
Lamp, you done good. Lamp, you really did it. You really did it, Lamp. Lamp. What a freaking bomb earnings call, guys. Holy Toledo, we got some good stuff.
Oh my God, the Lamp. I'm like, hey, this. You know what this makes me want to do? This makes me want to do this right here. All right, ready? It's like, oh, Lamp! I turned off the lights behind me. Oh, Lamp! Let me turn it back on. Hold on a second. Let's turn it back on. Party mode! Lamp! You really did it. Let's play it again. Come on, this is hilarious.
Lamp, you done good.
He starts petting the Lamp.
You really did it. You really did it, Lamp. What a good Lamp.
What a good Lamp. Oh, how do you not? I mean, I don't even. How do you not laugh at that? That is like the greatest. That's like the greatest thing ever. Oh, I was losing it. Oh, my wife is like, "What's so funny?" I'm like, "Oh, I had to explain it." It's it's like, it's like Trey. Oh, I love it. Oh, that's how he saw. I mean, I was just like, that was epic. It's the. I just hope somebody shows me my reaction, because my reaction was priceless. I went back and I watched my reaction. I was like, oh my God. I was like, oh, so good. So good. Not a dead cat, ladies and gentlemen. Not a dead cat. That's all I have to say. Trey is epic. If you've never seen Trey, you need to go check him out. Trey from Trey's Trades. The guy is priceless. I only wish to even have a small percentage of the success that he's had on YouTube. It's crazy. But anyway. All right. Nicola says some cell suppliers want initial down payments support for dedicated cell lines. So they're like, hey, they want the down payments. Whoa, sorry. Man, that about blew my eardrums out. Accidentally double clicked. Anyway, alright, so, that's crazy. They're like, yo, we got what you need, but you're gonna pay us some money in advance. Man, yeah, today is looking so much nicer than yesterday. This market is green right now, baby. Get it? I love it. All right, I'm curious. Does anybody got any like ideas on how I can pull off this SNL show tomorrow? Without getting hit with copyright. Does anybody got a friend at YouTube that can answer that question? Just like, I'm like, how do I do this show without getting copyright infringement? Taking a look at some of the session movers. LMFA is the big one. It's actually showing it up 653%, but it's only 50% here. I think it had some type of stock split or something and it started going. Bree Marie, yo, welcome. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the show. I was just literally doing the just playing a little segment from Trey's Trades when he was reaction to what happened yesterday on the AMC call. That's funny. He's like, I love you, Lamp. He's like, you did it, Lamp. You did it. He's like petting his lamp. Oh, that's so funny. He was petting the lamp like it was like a genie was gonna come out. Oh, it's so funny. I love it. I love his energy for sure. I know, right? It's so good. So taking a look at where we're at right now. I mean, okay, IHC is pretty much done. So let's pop away. Let's see. We got 1.9. Let's see. BlackBerry's up 5%. DLPN's moving up. CIDM. Because we talked about CIDM earlier. So CIDM got some good news. They took away $44 million in debt. They got rid of that. And they announced that this morning. So you're seeing them kind of go up a little bit. But the whole market's moving, which is nice. YXK's up above the $8 mark now. Let's take a look at where's SHIP at? SHIP's at $1.11. That's nice. I'm seeing it move up, which is nice. Brie Marie says he's staying here in Oklahoma where I'm at. Maybe I should stock the subways. He does have a lot of Subway. I did just notice that. He does have a lot of Subway. I'm surprised he hasn't landed a deal like from Subway. Like, I'm surprised he hasn't landed like a endorsement. He's gonna be like he's gonna be doing like Subway commercials. Yeah, I'm not yeah, that's funny. Oklahoma. Yeah. So like he's staying there. Like, how far away? Like, close to you, or like have you heard that he's close to you, or you just know outside of the videos that he's there? Everybody's like, oh, that's that dude. That's that dude. That's that dude on that YouTube, man. That's that dude. It's like that what is that an insurance commercial where he's like, safe driver save 40%. That safe driver saves 40%. They're all pointing to him. He's like, oh, he looked at me. Oh, he looked at me. Oh, he saw me. He's about 45 minutes. 45 minutes away. Hey, that's a pretty long Subway run right there for you. That's a long run to Subway. Let's see here. Pfizer and BioNTech seeks FDA's full approval for COVID-19 vaccine. Halted on a circuit breaker. SCX now got halted. Let's take a look at that. SCX. Look at that. Boom. Suspended. 15%. SCX moving right now on the NYSE right now on the 1 minute chart. 45 minutes. 45 minutes. You're just gonna walk in and be like, yo, can I have your autograph? Can you sign my sandwich? It's like, sign my sandwich. You know, it's funny. He always says Holy Toledo. And you just reminded me of something. So there's a place in Toledo. It's a restaurant called Tony Paco's. I eat there every time I go through Toledo. It's like a tradition. It's funny because my wife now is kind of like, we're not stopping there. You stop there every time. She goes, I'm not the biggest fan. And she goes, I'm like, but I love it. It's so good. So I eat there anyway. Speaking of signing bread, so they started this tradition like years ago. Burt Reynolds, I believe, started the tradition because he was shooting a movie in the area and ended up eating lunch at this place. And it's like family-owned restaurant. It's one of those ones that, like, the original one is on like a corner street. So like the building kind of comes to a point. So it's like one of those kind of buildings. And if you walk into it, it's super, super old. But again, I'm from Ohio, I'm from Cincinnati, but Toledo's 4 hours north. But 3.5, 4 hours north. But anyway, they didn't have anything for him to sign, so they had Burt Reynolds sign like a hot dog bun. And so no joke, they got to realizing over time, you know, not long after that, hot dog buns they mold, right? So they had to figure out some solution because all these people heard about it from Burt Reynolds about signing a hot dog bun. These people start showing up, all these celebrities start showing up. So now, like, they created these little styrofoam hot dog buns. And every time a celebrity or somebody famous comes into the restaurant, they sign a hot dog bun, they put it on the wall. And it kind of got famous, too, for the TV show MASH. Because if you ever watched the TV show MASH, Klinger on there, who's the guy named Jamie Farr, he's from Toledo. He actually talks about the show, or talks about the restaurant in the show a couple times. So that also made it famous, too, from MASH. So, but anyway... But you got me thinking about that when we talk about signing the subway. So if you ever get a chance, you're ever in Toledo, walk in there. You know, you can shout out your big tray, Holy Toledo! And anyway, and check that out. They do like a Hungarian sausage chili dog kind of thing. A little different than what we do here in Cincinnati. We do a straight up, you know, a cheese coney thing. But anyway, SCX. It's suspended, and we got your mid-morning market update right now. Following the market open Friday, the Dow traded up 0.40% to 34,686, while the Nasdaq rose 1.16% to 13,790. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.69% to 4,230. Now, the S&P futures, by the way, hit the highest. That's just a little bit ago, highest ever. So they hit a record this morning. As for leading and lagging sectors, I was talking about the healthcare industry, which was going crazy earlier. Healthcare shares rose 1.2% on Friday. Meanwhile, the top gainers in the sector included iBio, which also ran yesterday. It was up 19%. And then EPZM was up 21%. In the trading on Friday, financial shares fell 0.2%. Top headline so far for the day: the Bureau of Labor Statistics released employment data for the month of April. The non-farm payroll number came in at 266,000, well worse than the consensus economists' expectations of 1 million. The unemployment rate increased by 0.1% to 6.1%. April's job growth represents a sharp drop from the 770,000 jobs in the economy, or the economy gained in March. So equities, by the way, equities trading up. You had IHT, you had RHE, and LMFA. We covered all of those. Equities trading down, you had CCXI, and then you had CGAU and ORPH. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, that's your mid-morning market update right here on Pop the Chart. Simon says AMC is starting to move. Yes, it is. Look at it. Well, actually, it kind of pulled back a little, but yes. It looks phenomenal this morning. It's moving away from that 200 EMA and heading up. I mean, after yesterday's call, I'm not surprised. 6% right now. I see this thing hitting 11 bucks really soon. I really do. 11 bucks coming real soon. OCGN, they're saying shares are quiet. They downgraded it to neutral. Of course, they're supposed to have some earnings today. I believe later this afternoon. I need to look that up because if so, I'm going to do an earnings call with that later today on OCGN. Oh, they did it this morning. Yep, they did it this morning. Yeah, I thought it said in after bell. But I guess they decided to schedule it for this morning. So I guess we're not doing that today. Sometimes they'll do that. They'll say, you'll see in one place it'll say after bell, and then you'll find out that the actual earnings call is early in the morning. So we missed that one, but it is what it is. That's probably why they're talking about it up here. It's all good in the hood. Anyway. Let's take a look. I'm gonna go to Stocktwits and see, because they got the earnings calendar for next week. Because I want to see what's big next week. Ooh, Monday, Virgin Galactic. Yeah, a little Richard Branson. Tanker says, morning! Good morning! How you doing? Welcome back, Tanker. Simon, good morning to you as well. I'm not sure if I said that to you, but good morning. You got Virgin Galactic and Workhorse on Monday. That's two major stocks right there. You got they're saying Sundial on Tuesday. Also, PLTR and Chesapeake are all on Tuesday. Now remember, these are all expected, right? Sometimes their calendar's a slight bit off, right? But for the most part, they've been pretty good, pretty accurate. Coupang. We might check out Coupang on Wednesday. Of course, they're saying they keep moving it back every week, but they're saying HOFV on Thursday. That one is automatic. I'm in on that. Speaking of which, I need to check and see if they released the bill for the Ohio sports betting. Ooh, it was released, ladies and gentlemen. It was Juan, are you listening right now? Are you listening? Ohio sports betting bill unveiled in Columbus with an eye towards passage by the end of June. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, I'm so pumped right now. Oh, we're going to make some monies. It's going to happen, I'm telling you. Oh, I got to read this. I got to read this article. All right, Columbus, Ohio, out of my state, right here in the OHVIO. If these advertisements move out of the way here. This is coming straight from, I'm looking at one of our Cleveland news sources posted this out. So, Columbus, Ohio, this is the The effort to bring legalized sports betting to Ohio this year took a major step forward in Columbus. This is as of yesterday, but I was going to say today. But yesterday, as state lawmakers rolled out their plan in the state Senate. It says, in all, there will be 40 licenses available in Ohio with a proposed fee of $1 million for 3 years. 20 of them will be Class A licenses that would go to those that could bank the bet. In other words, the state's 4 casinos and 7 racinos, the 20 Class B licenses. That would be brick and mortar sports books with big screen TVs where people can watch and wager. They can stand alone or be inside a ballpark, which is something the state sports teams have advocated for during the Senate Select Committee on Sports Gambling. Gambling's 8 hearing on the bill earlier this year. So there you go. So the sports teams are even like, yo, make sure you include us in this bill because we want these people at the stadiums to be able to bet on the game, you know what I mean? Gives a little bit more of an experience at the ballpark. So you got, obviously you got the Reds and the Indians, so that's big. Also, you got to count football too. You got you got the Bengals, you got the Browns. You never know. Even if they throw in the college betting, you can see that on with Ohio State. So anyway, the Class A facilities like the state's 11 casinos and racinos can hire a mobile application company like DraftKings, Barstool, or FanDuel to serve as the sports betting operator. Bill sponsor Senator Kirk Schuring, representative from Canton, Ohio, said Canton, by the way, which is where the HOFV is, Hall of Fame Resort. See, tying all this in. Said the casinos and racinos may have wanted a monopoly, but they not only didn't get one, they're allowing for extra licenses should other big players want to come into the state. We believe in the free market, so there is another entity out there right now, notwithstanding those 11 that we're talking about, who can come up with the money to bank the bet come to Ohio, Senator Schuring said. Previous versions of the bill last year were split on oversight as to whether the Ohio Lottery or the Casino Control Commission would oversee regulations. Schuring said it was clear to them that this belongs with the Casino Control Commission. The lottery is a marketing agency, not a regulatory agency, Schuring said. When it comes to gaming, we have to put it under the auspices of the Ohio Casino Control Commission. Now, when it comes to a lottery pool, where there is no risk to the lottery, yes, the lottery can have jurisdiction over that. I would never give an odds-making risk to the Ohio Lottery for the fear that if they couldn't bank the bet, the bank of the last resort is the people of Ohio. Yep, that's right. So, they want to make sure that it's taken care of correctly and it's not affecting us. The state is proposing a 10% tax on all licensed winnings after bets are paid, which is in line with the states across the country, with the exception of Pennsylvania, which charges a nation high of 36%. The money in Ohio will go to education and problem gambling. Sports betting, though, generates the least tax revenue of all forms of gambling, so sponsors say it's not about the money. Oh, it's about the money. Hearings on the bill, which also tackles the issue of e-bingo and iLottery, will begin next Wednesday in the state Senate. Schuring said that they will be reaching out to both the House as well as the governor's office today to get their input. They want to be able to move fast with this, with an eye towards getting it passed before the end of June. Boom! End of June, baby! Come on, bring on the monies! Oh, when that passes, HOFV is gonna moon. It's gonna moon. I just know it. Everybody's gonna go nuts. Oh, I'm gonna have to. I'm posting this out. This is going on HOFV. I'm posting this out on Stocktwits. They're gonna know about it. This is big news right now. All right. Speaking of HOFV, let's pull this up right now. Look at it. This is it right now. All right. It's pretty cheap right now. Pretty cheap. Just say, in my opinion. I am not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do with your money. But it is cheap right now. Oh, they got an option alert on Coinbase right now. Coinbase option alert May 21st. $312 calls. It's 264 right now. Coinbase. Of course, DLPN can benefit from the HOFV news too, because they're partnered together. I just posted that out there on Stocktwits. I want some peeps to know about it. I had to post that out there. I got out this Ohio sports betting bill. End of June, baby. Bring on the monies. That's what it put. Bring on the monies. Y'all are enjoying this. I know Juan is enjoying this. Juan's been on the HOFV train with me for a while. It's gonna be epic. CIDM moving up. Let's go to AWX. It's moving. Look at that. Well, let me make sure that refreshed correctly. Yeah, AWX. That's a nice movement too. Look at that. Nice upward ascending level of support right there. Joey says, "Oh, I'm hearing the HOFV talk." Oh, Joey's in here. Joey, good morning. I'm so pumped right now. Did you not hear me read the article? Oh, so jazzed. AMC's call is epic yesterday. We got possible passage of Ohio sports betting by June. They're expecting it to be done by end of June. So, ladies and gentlemen, bring on the monies. That's good. I'm gonna get a t-shirt that says "Bring on the monies." I think that's what I'm gonna do. Bring on the monies. Oh, I love it. Look at AWX lighting up right now. Look at that wide range ring handlebar. It is like, hey, look at me. I'm moving. I'm moving up. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Love it. Joey, you gotta get pumped. Come on now. End of June. That means we should be betting on NFL this season. That means this is set HOFV right in there. It's up 4% today. DLPN's up 1%. CIDM's up 4%. I mean, things are moving. Blackberry's up. Look, Blackberry's up 5%. AMC rocking that big 6% on AMC. That thing, I'm telling you, $11 in a couple days. $11. Mark my words. Mark my words. Let's see here. I tell you what, it is beautiful to see green on this board right now. I'm excited about it. So for those of you, that are in here, I've been talking about doing this. All right, I'm thinking about doing a SNL special for tomorrow night with Elon, the Elon Musk Doge special, because they're saying, you know, Doge is gonna go to the moon tomorrow when Elon's on. But here's the thing, all right? I'm trying to figure out how I pull this off, how I pull this show off without getting hit with a copyright. Because if I play the SNL on the screen, there's a really, really high chance that they're gonna hit me with copyright, and that's not good for my YouTube channel. It's not good at all. They might flag me. So, and they believe me, they track that stuff, and you know, I'm getting close to what I need to be on YouTube. I don't want to get pushed back by any means. So, how do I do this without playing it? I mean, I can just talk about it, but it's kind of hard to talk about it without, you know, because I mean, it's SNL. You got to kind of see the skit, right? You got to kind of see it. You got to see it to understand. Unless y'all watching it right along with me. But that's it. That's the only thing I can think of. Either that or play it and hope for the best, right? I feel like that's where I'm at. Look at Tesla, by the way. Speaking of Elon, Tesla up at 2.75%. It's getting close to that $700 mark again. Pushing towards it. AWX is looking nice. Look at that. Man, we're seeing some nice moves today. The market is looking pretty sexy right now. Yeah, that's right. I said it. I said sexy. Oh, it's looking sexy right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing some nice movement. Beautiful. Taker said, gotta go, be back. Thanks. No problem, Taker. No problem. Come on, in and out. It's all good. I got you. I appreciate it. I really do. No problem. I understand. It's a daytime. You gotta go in and out. You gotta go grab something to eat or grab a drink or work or whatever else. You know, it's all good. I understand. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate you stopping by. It means a lot. Let's see here. I keep looking to see if something's going crazy, but I doesn't see too much difference in what we've been watching. Excuse me. You know, I was a little jaded yesterday, by the way, for WiseKey, because WiseKey, I had a chance. I got into it and it like dipped way down, and I could have got it a little cheaper yesterday, but it's coming back up today, so I'm not complaining too much. But I was a little jaded. I was like, for 2 days, I was trying to get to a certain price, and then it didn't get there. I finally just gave in and bought it, and then sure enough, it like 2 hours later, it dropped down. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. That happened to me on WiseKey yesterday. So I am currently, by the way, sitting 124 subs away from my goal for the month. 124. So we still got quite a few days left. I mean, we're in the beginning of May. So by June, I want to try to hit that 500 mark. That 500. That's the goal. I'm trying. Like I said, I'm trying to grow the channel in a nice, attainable pattern, right? And that's what I'm really working towards. And 124 away. So I have to keep tracking on it, and that's the goal. But so not too awful far away. I mean, it was like we could do this. We could do this together. It's possible. Let's see here. Let's see. So shares of software companies are trading higher after a worse than expected U.S. jobs report lifted investor speculation of continued Fed stimulus and low rates, which would benefit growth stocks. Strong earnings from some names in the space on Thursday have also lifted the sector today. So there you go. Yeah, the crazy thing about it is Savara, for the longest time, everything was red except Savara just had a slightly up was green. Now, all of a sudden, everything's turning green and Savara's red. So it's like it seems to want to go opposite of all of the rest of the stocks on here. I tend to notice that. It is the opposite. Arnold Estrada, how you doing? Says, do you invest in crypto? Yes, actually, I just scrolled down on my screen right here. You can see the crypto. I have Doge. I'm in on Doge, definitely. But I follow Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin. So Bitcoin right now is heading back up towards that 60K mark, and anytime you see Bitcoin around like 55, somewhere around there, that's actually pretty decent. It's pretty reasonable for getting in my opinion. And then Ethereum has just been on a tear. I mean, it's been just insane. I mean, to think that it was $1,000 like a few weeks back, and now it's $3,500. It's insane. Litecoin is hey, we got someone on Litecoin. They're tearing it up too as well, and been in early on Litecoin, making a ton of money right now. Litecoin, but Doge, I'm in on it. Although I will say, I have not timed Doge very well. I had it when it was doing the 4 to 7 cent thing, and I kind of buying at 4, sell at 7. I was kind of doing that thing. Of course, I was in for a little while, and if it hit 7, and then I sold it, trying to figuring it was going to go back down to 4 again, and then buy back. You know what I mean? That kind of cycle. 2 days later, it was at 60 cents. So I missed the launch by like 2 days. I was so mad. I just want to myself for that, but it is what it is. Sometimes you just don't time it right? You just miss the timing, and that is what it is. I tried to take some profits, and it exploded on me, and I was 2 days too soon. If I'd have just held on for 2 more days, I would have made a pretty good penny off of that. But anyway, so yes, I do follow it, so I do have that, and I was talking about a little bit ago. I'm gonna try to see if I can get a show set up for possibly tomorrow with the Elon Musk SNL. I'm trying to do a special maybe tomorrow night with SNL and Doge and follow it, because that's a big thing right now. And I'm kind of curious to see how Elon does on SNL as well as how Doge does. But the thing that I gotta figure out is how to play the show without getting hit with a copyright infringement. So Arnold says, nice. Yep, same situation here on Doge. Have you heard of SafeMoon? If so, any thoughts? SafeMoon. It sounds familiar. It rings a bell. It's got moon in the name, so that already makes me kind of anything that says I'm going to the moon, right? SafeMoon. What do you know? What platforms that you can get SafeMoon on? Can you get it on Binance? If so, I'll have to look. I have Binance. That's what I tend to use for my crypto. SafeMoon. I don't see it on unless it's got a different call sign. What where can you get SafeMoon at? It looks like it's on Coinbase. Ooh, they got a 10%. So here's what it says right here. Out of all the cryptocurrencies and altcoins on the market, what makes SafeMoon unique? The alternative asset has a clever strategy for rewarding long-term owners. Clayton Moore, CEO of NetSense Technology, which is NTTCF on the OTC markets, a cryptocurrency-based processing platform, explains, unlike most cryptocurrencies, SafeMoon penalizes investors who sell it by imposing a 10% exit fee. Woo! Half of that fee is redistributed to all SafeMoon holders, while the other half is burned. The company promises to implement a burn strategy that is beneficial and rewarding for long-term holders. In theory, this will operate like a turbocharged share buyback program. Man, that thing sounds phenomenal. If all goes according to plan, owners of SafeMoon will see their ownership stakes increase over time as the exit fee is incrementally redistributed to remaining token holders. Meanwhile, the burn, which functions like a stock buyback program, will decrease the overall amount of existing SafeMoon tokens over time. Wow. Oh, wow. Where can I get it? And I want to buy a lot of it. That's epic. How to buy it. Here we go. The leading way to buy SafeMoon is through PancakeSwap. PancakeSwap was launched last fall and serves as an automated market maker. It's a decentralized finance application that allows a wide variety of trading liquidity, providing a yield farming operation. SafeMoon's official Twitter account posted on video tutorial on how to buy SafeMoon using Okay, so there's a tutorial, but it's on PancakeSwap. Arnold says, I have not gotten much into SafeMoon as it's not in big known exchanges. It's difficult to buy and needs to be transferred to exchange. It's a process. So they're not making it easy by any means. That's the only probably negative, with it, is they're not making it easy. But should some other places start making it a little easier to get to it, then that sounds like a pretty solid setup if you get in early. You know what I mean? Because if people start actually talking about it, start buying into it, next thing you know, people start selling it, and then they get hit with. Some people may not even know they get a fee, and they get hit with it. Next thing you know, you're getting something from what they lost, that 10% fee. That's interesting. PancakeSwap. Excuse me. I am getting over. I'm getting over that cold. I'm like almost there. It's just that last initial just coughing that's just like, get away, get out of here. So PancakeSwap is actually part of Binance. And Binance is what I use for my crypto. So I might actually have a easy way to get to that. So there you go. Yeah, there's a video that shows you how to get it. Nice. Nice. I'm gonna have to check that out. I'm interested. You done piqued my interest on this now. It's kind of interesting. I always love learning about new stuff. That's kind of cool. I just think that's interesting. Yeah, piqued my interest there, Arnold. You got me all in now. DraftKings releasing their earnings, by the way. Just came out here. Q1 revenue up 175%. Paying users rise 114% in Q1. Well, a lot of that just counts for the Super Bowl. They get a lot from the Super Bowl, from NFL. That's Q1. Excuse me. All right, give you a little update on the session movers. The big movers, LMFA obviously is the top dog. IHT at 95.49%. It's up right now, and then RHE is up 40.78%. So we have some movement, but it's in that. It seems to be in that health sector. The health sector is moving like crazy right now. They had some big movement this morning. WHO to approve worldwide use of Sinopharm COVID-19 vaccine. So they got another vaccine, looks like it's coming out. Sinopharm. All right, we're seeing some movement on SQFT. Look at it. SQFT on the 1 minute chart. Look at it. Woo! Heading up. Yeah, what looks to be the start of a G-dub. Boom, boom, and then a takeoff. So keep an eye on that. All right, Hi-Fi says, well, that was an odd AMC call. Odd AMC call. What you talking about? Oh, you watched it. Oh, you watched the call. Gorillas and pizzas. Gorillas and pizzas, baby. I love it. Did you? So you had a chance to watch it. Speaking of which, Hi-Fi, I am getting close to surpassing another milestone. I will probably surpass it today. It will probably be surpassed today. or be really, really close. See if you can guess what that milestone is. You should know this milestone. Like, you're part of this milestone. Your hours? Question mark? Yes, I'm super close to hitting 3K. 3K. I am almost 75% to goal on watch time. 75%. Arnold said 500. 500 subs is what I want to get to. Subs, yeah, that's 500 subs. But Hi-Fi says I'm half of that milestone. All right, so I have Arnold. So I have to get YouTube to be opened up. They give you, it's all about watch time. It's about like, well, obviously subs is part of it, but watch time is a big part of it. Like how much people like watch your channel, right? So they really calculate, like, if you come in and you stay in for a while, it really helps the channel out. But if you come in, you go out, it doesn't, it doesn't help a lot if you're just in for a second and out. But it helps. It calculates, as long as you're in here and you're watching the show, it calculates all of that. It calculates every single minute, every single second. It counts it. And so as long as you're watching it, it's counting it. And then once I get to a certain point, it opens me up to be able to do like super chats and things like that. You know what I mean? Like once I get to a certain point, I can do all that. Well, that certain point is 4,000 hours. All right. I started in March. March 1st was day one. Hi-Fi was there for day one, March 1st. And granted, the past few weeks I had a lot going on and I didn't really get to do the show very much. So I kind of lost a couple weeks there. But you take that out. I'm looking at what, about a month and a half, a month and 3/4. Not quite 2 full months. Right close to 2 full months. Getting close. Probably close to 2 full months. And I'm at 3/4 of the way to that goal. That's epic. Absolutely epic. So, but I have to say thank you to each and every one of you for getting me to that point. That's huge. So we're down to the last 1,000 hours. And then you're all like, 1,000 hours? That's a lot. Well, if you think about it, it goes pretty quick. It goes pretty quick. So, oh, I see. Didn't know that. Best of luck to you. I know, right? Yeah. So Arnold, it's a big thing for me. Like I'm trying, like that's the goal in the beginning, to try to get to that point. Because when you first start, you look at that number and you go, man, that's just a massive number. And you look at it, you're like, oh, this would take forever. Like, oh, I don't know. And then it takes people like you that help me get to that point. And I appreciate every one of you. Yeah, Hi-Fi says I'm half of that milestone because it's if you are in for a second and then out, that doesn't help. That's what she said. Oh, Hi-Fi, come on. That was a that's what she said joke. You set me up for that too. You set me up for it. Arnold said fingers crossed. Appreciate it. I'm trying to get there, but yes, I should today surpass 3,000. If not, I'll be really close. Really close. So, a typical day would probably be just about enough to put me over 3K. Arnold said, he got me in that one as well. Oh, I was reading it, and then all of a sudden I was like, wait, that's a joke. Come on, Hi-Fi. Oh, you got me. You got me. Oh, yeah. Oh, was it yesterday or the day before? Might be the day before. Somebody said something on here, and I was losing it. Oh, it was priceless. Oh, I was laughing so hard I was crying. You need to go back and see that one. I kept trying to remember what it was, but it was funny. Oh, it was funny. What's up with Roku today? Roku. I know it's been in the news. It was in the news. Roku. They were talking about it. I do know, I think some analysts upgraded it. Let's see, Roku, yeah, $450 price target. Up 13%. They put a $450 price target on that thing. And then, and now it's launching. They basically said, yo, buy this. And now people are like, yay, I'm buying it. That's what happened. That's what happened with Roku today. Of course, if you really want the answer, I could read you this article because it tells you why Roku stock is trading higher. Shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected EPS and sales results and issued revenue guidance above estimates. So they did have their earnings. So they reported first quarter earnings per share results of 54 cents per share, which beat the minus 15% analyst estimates. So they were saying they were going to lose 15 cents per share. They gained 54 cents per share. So they just massively beat that. Analyst estimate and sales results of 574.18 million, which beat the 490.56 million analyst estimate. So the analyst estimate was way down. Loop Capital also upgraded the stock from hold to buy, announced a $450 price target. Roku is the leading streaming platform in the U.S. by hours watched, with over 40 billion hours of content streamed in 2019. Hey, look at that. We're just talking about hours watched. Roku stock was trading 15% higher at $327.31 per share at the time of publication. The stock has a 52-week high of $486.72 and a 52-week low of $100.19. Imagine if you got in at that $100 range. Whew, you making some monies. So that's what's going on with Roku. That is what's going on. People got getting their Rokus. We actually have Roku. One of the TVs screens I'm using has Roku built into it. And then TV in the other room has a Roku box. And I use on my main TV, I use Apple TV. So I have the Apple 4K little box, which is, I love the Apple 4K box. That's my favorite. You say what you want about Roku, but I'm an Apple person. I love it. Despite right now I'm using Windows for everything, but I had a Mac, and that thing lasted me forever before it finally went out. I had that thing forever, and it was probably the best computer I ever had, outside of the one that I built. So far, this one's taking my heart because I built it, right? It's like I built this one. So it's got my heart and soul in it. If this thing goes out, I'll cry. I'll cry. It's like, I made you. You are the apple of my eye. I mean, you are the Microsoft of my eye. You see what I did there? You see what I did there? Y'all were like, ha, he just said a joke. Still not as funny as the "that's what she said" moment we had just a minute ago. That was pretty good. Arnold, you got me all enticed on this Safe Moon, man. I'm like on it now. I'm like ready to download the app and get in on this. That was enticing. You just laid that out in the live chat on a silver platter and said, "Here, come and get it. Come and get it." Now I want to know about it. I'm like, what is this? Safe Moon. Uber shares are trading higher amid strength in growth stocks for the session, and as the stock rebounds following recent weakness. iHeartMedia. Actually, iHeartMedia. There are a lot of radio stations. The shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 sales results. iHeartMedia is huge. They formerly known as Clear Channel. Then they rebranded iHeartMedia. That rebrand though was an epic rebrand because they used that. They've used that on a lot of things, and so whoever. And again, I need to look that up. I was always curious of who came up with the brand name on that. It's got the founders, but I don't know if those are the people that actually came up with the branding on it. Whoever like thought about, hey, this would be a good brand name. I don't know, but it was genius. Whoever came up with it, they were thinking ahead. So yesterday I was watching the, which I still need to finish watching it, and I might just do that. I might do that here in a little bit. Just play the second, like, from where I left off in the GameStop hearing so that I could hear the remainder of it. So what I might do is I might grab lunch and then come back and just play the last half of the last little bit of the GameStop hearing from yesterday. Because I want to finish watching that, and I'm curious to see what the other peeps said on it. But the thing of it is as I watched the parts that I did see, and we were talking about crypto a little bit ago. All right, there is some tear. There is a split in our government on crypto. There is a major split. Because if you think about it, there's a bunch of people that are like that. I mean, I could pull up one of the representatives yesterday that said crypto is basically going to be is made specifically for terrorism. Like, that's pretty much what they're saying, that it was gonna end up being a bad thing because it's gonna be this hacker craziness, whatever, and for people to avoid taxes. Which, to that congressman, I have to say, I don't understand how you could say it's avoid taxes, because these platforms still send you tax forms. So, like, if you make money on crypto, you're still paying Uncle Sam. I don't understand where you're avoiding taxes. Where in the bleep are you avoiding taxes? Like, if I make money on Binance, they're gonna send me a tax form at the end of the year. Like, I am paying taxes on that. Like, it even says that. It even says on the platform. Make sure you understand that you go in, you can read the fine print. It tells you you're gonna get taxed. Uncle Sam's getting their cut. That's why some of these people are now, I get it. There are platforms that are overseas that aren't affiliated with the United States, but those platforms are turning people away unless there's some way that you can. I mean, I guess you could change your location to make it look like you're somewhere else. I mean, I get that. That's 100%. I agree with you. That if you can change your location and get into one of the other platforms overseas or whatever. But think about it. You might be avoiding taxes, but you're taking a big risk. Why? Because they're not regulated. So guess what? If that company all of a sudden decides, you know what? I'm going to shut down, take your money. There's not a dang thing you can do about that. So you're taking a little bit of a risk by doing that. But at the same time, I don't understand why they're saying that people aren't paying taxes, because people are paying taxes off the crypto. It is a thing. But there's always going to be those people trying to avoid taxes. That's automatic. Like that's been around forever, right? There's big dogs that make big money that they are smart as all get out to try to like beat the tax. I get it. 100%. But the technology is there to prevent, hacking. Right now, I'm sure there might be that one really brilliant person that all of a sudden could just hack something, and then yeah, I get it. I hear you. I don't 100% agree with you, but I mean, I hear you. But then you have the other side that says, like yesterday, there was a congressman yesterday in the hearing that said this. They said, hey, I worked in it was a military. It was in the military. Said, look, I dealt with a lot of highly sensitive, information. And one thing that I learned from the military is that information, if it's split into multiple sources and sporadic at different places, it's less likely, if it's all in one place, that's bad news, because it can get hacked, whatever, people can steal it. But if it's spread out, a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there, it's a little harder to get to. I 100% agree with that. And that's where the blockchain technology comes into play. And I think a lot of people don't understand what blockchain is. They don't know what that is. They don't understand the difference of that, right? So, or what that means or how it works. So as soon as they think, oh, it's digital, people can steal that, can hack it. Oh man, I'm getting a virus. My computer says I'm getting a virus. Oh, I should probably download this virus software. No, I'm sorry. You're living in the 90s, all right? Those are the people that are living in the 90s. Unfortunately, for those people, you can only tell them so much, and you can't. It is what it is. And I made this comment yesterday. People don't like change. People don't like change. But guess what? Ladies and gentlemen, change is coming. And it's a little thing called cryptocurrency. And it's coming in hard. And it's coming in fast. And you better be ready for it. Because guess what? The days of paying with paper are slowly dissipating. Everything's going to be digital. It's 100%. Everything's going to be done. I mean, you might have the slim few that just hold on to those coins and dollar bills. But I'm telling you, when you can just walk up and go, ba-deep, and you don't have to mess with something think about it. How many years ago did we start paying at the pumps? I remember when I was a kid, you couldn't pay at the pump. You had to go in. You had to go into the store. When you're getting gas, you had to go in the gas station. You had to pay the attendant. You had to go in and give them cash money. Or if you had a card, which cards weren't like super prominent, but if you had one, you used it. But I'm telling you, and I'm on my soapbox right now, it wasn't long, and those gas companies started realizing, hey, man, we could get more people in and out faster and make more money quicker if we just let them pay at the pump. They don't even have to go into the attendant. Boom, 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 boom. But if they do go to attendant, I'm going to at least try to sell them something, Oh, man, I think one of my neighbor's dogs is making my dog bark. But anyway, they're probably out there barking or something, and now my dogs want to bark. But that's my take on it, all right? Crypto's not going away, but it's interesting to think of how split. Like that, just listening to them talk about it yesterday, how split we are, and I'm telling you, it's no political like Democrat versus Republican thing. It's just a matter of people's opinion. Like there's no political like boundary, right? This is just some people believe in it, some don't, and I think a lot of it is the generational gap. You're gonna have your older generation. They don't like technology, that are just like, I don't know, I don't want to embrace this. Then you have your younger generation that says, bring it on, let's go, right? So that's that's where we're at right now. But I think I'm gonna watch here shortly. I think I'm gonna actually go make get something, in the system, and then come back, watch at least the last little bit of that GameStop hearing, and then get you through the end of the day, and then get you the weekend and prepare and try to set up something for the SNL thing tomorrow night. And that's gonna be the goal. All right, so I am going to go grab a bite to eat, and I'll be back. So don't go anywhere. I'm not going too far. I'm just going right around the corner here. So I'll be close. Wait a minute. Time out. Lionsgate Entertainment shares spike higher after trade circuit. U.S. patent listing highlighting possible NFT connected to John Wick franchise. Ooh, it got some patent on Lionsgate. NFTs. NFTs. There you go. Lionsgate. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go eat.
and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Alrighty, I'm back. Yo, got some food in the system. Got the dog taken care of. We're good. We're good. With just a few minutes to go until noon. And like I said, I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna get the watch the end of the GameStop hearing from yesterday. So I didn't get to finish it. So I think we're gonna watch that and get through into the rest of the day. Real quick update. AMC at it's up 5%, 5.28% at 948, 948 right now. GameStop at 161. We were following that SQFT and it's heading downward now, but HOFV currently up almost 2% at 351. Let's see here. CIDM looks really nice too. Actually, let's put CIDM right here. And then we're going to put HOFV right there. But CIDM looking really good. Check it out. It's up 7% today. As for some of the others, CSCW is up 2.8%. Let's see, SHIP is up 6%. And then obviously, look at the crypto. Crypto doing pretty good right now. Doge sitting at 60 cents. Doge to the moon. Coinbase is moving up now. All of a sudden, Tesla heading up. So everything's looking decent today. Looking decent. Alrighty. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna watch this the last hour. Cause I'm sure we were close. I think we were pretty close to finishing it. I just didn't get a chance to fully finish it. So we're gonna watch the last hour, which is right from the recess mark all the way in. The last hour and get you we'll get you in, that 1 p.m. hour. So how about that? Let me bring it up over here. Should be like a little lunch special today. A little lunch special. All right, here we go. Oh, look at that! The Bacchanal buffet to reopen at Caesar's Palace. By the way, if you've never seen that buffet, it is insane. That's all I gotta say. It's like crazy. Like, there's so much food on that. Go check it out. Go to Caesar's Palace, Vegas. Check out Bacchanal buffet. You know what I'm talking about. It's insane. My father actually ate there when we was in Vegas. He said it was the biggest buffet he ever had. said he doesn't know how someone could leave there hungry. But anyway, here we go. So this should be pretty 301 right there. All right, here we go. We're gonna play the GameStop. I'm gonna move it up just a little bit though for y'all. soon as it comes back. I know it's somewhere in that vicinity. So it's playing. It's just one of those. It's hard to scrub through because of all the. Like if you just barely click on it, it's gonna be like it's gonna scrub to like a spot way ahead. So I'm just gonna let it play till it gets to that opening, and it'll be good to go. Watch the last hour of the GameStop. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? Part 3. Of course, you might hear that fella because we caught a little bit of this. You might hear. Oh, here they go.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our esteemed panel. Mr. Gensler, I want to start with you and thank you for your testimony and your thoughtfulness in today's hearing. It's our first time interacting, and it's great to meet you. I want to start with the Archegos situation. So, as you know, under SEC rules, any person or firm who acquires greater than 5% ownership of a company must publicly disclose, and then greater than 10% additional disclosures. Archegos via swaps had exposure, though not ownership, in excess of those triggers, and therefore they didn't have to disclose. Obviously, once the underlying shares started to tank, there were margin calls which they couldn't make, and then we had the disorderly liquidation. So my question around this is, from your view, how do we solve this going forward? And should the disclosures be triggered instead by exposure as opposed to outright ownership? Would that solve it? And if not, what sort of ideas?
I think you raise a very good point, and Congress anticipated this in reforms passed 12 years ago in the Dodd-Frank Act and gave authority to the SEC with certain conditions, but authority to bring what's called securities-based swaps into these regimes, this 5 and 10% disclosure. I've asked staff to try to prepare recommendations for the full commission. I think this Archegos circumstance where this family office had well in excess of those numbers shows some of the market-based and systemic-based reasons why, even if they didn't have the vote, it was an important set of exposures.
Right. And then with respect to this situation, from a systemic risk standpoint, do you think that Archegos was close to a long-term capital management style dislocation, or was it more a blip in the radar? Where are you on that? And I
It's a very good question. I guess I've been around finance long enough that I was asked by then Secretary Rubin to visit long-term capital management in 1997. I don't know all the figures, but this was smaller, and it's 24 years later, than that circumstance had over $1 trillion of derivatives contracts on about $4 billion of capital. So it was highly levered. This was levered, as earlier members of this committee has said, pretty levered up, but I don't think it was quite at that level. But you raise a good point. There's systemic implications that we have to take the lessons, even when the system holds, take those lessons and adjust our rules.
Okay, thank you. And then, with all the volatility that we've seen in the last year, whether it's GameStop or Archegos, I'd be curious what your thoughts are on the effect of the zero interest rate environment and sort of the messaging around it, basically saying, hey, look, we're going to keep it low for as long as humanly possible, and what that's done to risk-taking in general and leverage in particular. Just sort of your thoughts on that.
Well, I hope you appreciate. I'm going to leave monetary policy to the central bank, and I think the remit under the securities laws are large enough that we're going to, regardless of where the markets are, up or down, interest rates high or low. I think our core mission of ensuring that we root out fraud and manipulation is a really critical piece. And what we found in the GameStop circumstances is that volatile markets, there's a time that also to be protecting the retail public.
Great, and I appreciate you not, I tried to get you to wade in there, but I appreciate the dodge. This isn't your first rodeo, clearly. So on the PFOF situation, sort of following up on that, you know, when I look at GameStop, I see PFOF as sort of a bit player, but not the primary driver, right? It happens to be how Robinhood executes trades, but to me, it was a short squeeze of a handful of companies, but in particular GameStop, driven by social media and then traded on zero commission platforms. Do you agree with that perspective? Or, you know, I want to make sure we're not adding payment for order flow as the primary driver of the GameStop situation, when payment for order flow has been around long before GameStop and hopefully long after. But I'd love to just hear you kind of put a bow on that if you could.
Yeah, I thank you. And this is in our remit, so I'll address it. I think that the GameStop events raised a handful of issues, and payment for order flow and the inherent conflicts that they present for brokers and their customers, we need to take a closer look at.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. Chair Gensler, it's great to have you confirmed and have the SEC back at full strength. It's obvious to everyone, that people trade differently and invest, and it's changed a lot over the last 10 years. And you know what? Contrary to what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying, we believe in that. That's okay. But I do worry about some of the standards and protections for investors so that we can keep up with those changes. And recently, I've been very focused throughout this process on how new digital platforms have gamified trading and can be designed to influence behaviors within those users. And my husband and I own a digital design firm, so I'm pretty familiar with this. And one of the things I've heard along the way is that we shouldn't take away from some of those fun features of the apps. I don't disagree with that in general. However, at our last hearing, I asked Dr. Vicki Bogan, who is an expert in this area, about this, and she said that app design can absolutely influence the decisions people make while they're using that app. And so in this case, that app design can encourage riskier trading, which is literally the last thing investors with limited knowledge need. So Chair Gensler, what I'm wondering, is that something that the SEC will look at in evaluating whether the current regulatory structures are doing enough to protect investors against gamification towards riskier behavior?
Yes, Congresswoman, and I look forward to working with you. I think what we found in our modern internet age is that service providers outside of finance figured out how to basically engage us in a more fun app and make the user experience more enjoyable. Bringing that to finance, that can be good because it's easier to use the app, but it also can lead to high trading activity. And that high trading activity is really important. Tie that with predictive data analytics, some fancy words like deep learning and machine learning, but tie that to predictive data analytics, then they can say to Gary Gensler, this is the prompt you're going to get. And they can say to Chair Waters, this is the prompt she's going to get. And then they figure out, the computers figure out how to market to us differently. And all of a sudden, it becomes somewhat potentially behaviorally addictive. And you start to find that your returns go down. So I think it's a very important thing we're putting out to public comment to find from the public more about this area. I think it's best to get ahead of it than rather 5 years from now look back and say some problems have occurred.
Listen, that's music to my ears, and thank you so much. We'll continue to work with this. Also in this committee, we've looked a lot at the industries who have a business model where people aren't actually the customer of the service that they count on. So from student loans to credit reporting servicers, we consistently hear from those, about those businesses where we've got a lot of complaints from consumers. So, Chair Gensler, since it's pretty clear that this is a similar situation, they're not the same. The customer really is, Robinhood selling to the marketplace, the vendor. So, not the consumer itself. I want to, we've got a clear interest of conflict here when it comes to pay for order flow. And one of the things that is pretty clear from both news coverage and from these hearings is that this business with this is much of a conflict here. We don't have enough transparency around the PFOF, both for public and for policymakers to even understand. And I've had back and forth with Robinhood's CEO on this, and he said he'd send us that information for the PFOF. We're still, of course, waiting to see that since those currently aren't covered by Rule 606. So, Chair Gensler, I'm wondering if that's something that you would consider including in updating those rules, and what are some other options that we can look at to address this conflict?
I have asked.
I just wanted to pause for a second because there's something that Axne says right there just a minute ago that I think is really interesting in this whole GameStop hearing, and I want to bring it to light. All right, there's something that I think is interesting, and you may think so too. And the live chat is open. You're more than welcome to hit that up. But here's the thing. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of my dip because she says her and her husband owns a digital design firm. She's name dropped that every time on the GameStop hearing. Every time she's come up there, she's mentioned it. And every time she's asked a similar question. All right. And it's all about the gamification of the apps. Now, here's the thing. All right. So I'm going to use WEBULL for an example. So if I have you go on and I have you say, I set up, I got a link and it's in the description where you can get two free stocks for signing up to WEBULL. So here's the thing with that. If you sign up now, Ben, one of my regulars, Ben, and Ben may not be in here right now, but Ben comes in and out. If Ben came in, Ben would be talking to me. He's signed up through the link, and supposedly I'm supposed to get a free spin. Once I get so many people invited, whatever, I was one person away from getting a free spin. And if I on an invite, a free spin with a chance to win a free share of Tesla. Now this month, WEBULL is doing, I believe, Microsoft. So you have a chance to actually get Microsoft when you spin a wheel. So this is what she's talking about with this whole gamification thing, because they're giving you enticements, right? Reasons to come to their platform, things like that. Now here's the thing: social media and internet websites have been doing this for a while. It's a little thing called UX. If you ever look, you go to the job boards, you can look out there for all kinds of internet companies and media companies. They're always looking for what they call UX designers or UX experience. It's called user experience. All right. And they also have user interface, which is UI. So there's UI and UX, which I actually took a little bit of in school. I learned about UI and UX. I had to do a project where I had to create a website and figure out how to get a user to go through a website, click on something, and go all the way through it, and to go through a cart process and purchase something, right? I had to figure out, what does this person enjoy about this site? What do they like to do? What are they most likely to do? And research how people click on things, what they do. And then today in the world, you have AI, like she was talking about. You had, artificial intelligence and things like that can basically predict what you're going to do. So like, YouTube, social media, Facebook, all these places, they're showing you content based on what you've previously either clicked on or what you like, things like that. So what she's trying to get at in this, is it okay? And this is the question that she's asking. Is it okay to be able to do that in the finance world? And that's the question, right? It's everywhere else it's okay to do it. But is it okay to do it with that? Now, here at the end of the game, you're going to have the other argument from this. Now, the other argument is the user has the 100% choice of whether or not they invest in something, right? I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do with your money, but you have to make that decision yourself. And that's something that I just wanted to kind of come in my head. I'm like, I got to talk about this because I don't want to get through the rest of this thing and then all of a sudden not be able to talk about it, forget about it, right? Or like something else piques my interest, whatever. But that's the thing. So I'm curious. For those of you that are listening right now, hit up the live chat. I'm kind of curious what you think about that. Do you think it's okay for companies to be able to entice you for them, platform? I'll use platforms, for example, like I said, like WEBULL, or like obviously they were talking about Robinhood, right? Robinhood, I guess the Robinhood has something. I never used Robinhood. I never used it, so I don't really know personally. I've seen videos of people using it, so I've seen it, but I never used it. But I do know there's some type of like fireworks thing or some type of like confetti or something that falls up on the screen. So that's what they're talking about. They're talking about that kind of stuff and how that artificial intelligence could lead you to invest in something, and then how, you know, it's basically kind of pulling your chain a little bit, right? It's like, hey, look, here's the bone over here, like a dog. You know, here's the bone, come get it, right? Come get it. And that's what they're saying. They think that that's bad in the financial world, and that's what she's getting at. I'm just curious what everybody else thinks as I continue to hit play and listen to what she says here. Continued forward here with the GameStop hearing.
Staff to consider what should we do in terms of broad market structure, payment for order flow, and I would add the data is very valuable. I mean, what we find in our online life, if we're not paying, it's a free commission, it's often that somebody else is getting data. In this case, the data is the actual transaction flow. That data is very valuable to the wholesaler, the internalizer who's taking that order flow. And then, as we heard, maybe 50% of the retail flow, then they have a data advantage against all the other market makers. Like a search engine that has data advantages against all other online platforms.
Yeah, listen, I can't wait to work with you on this. And I'll tell you what, I'm worried, while we all want people, of course, to be able to save and invest equitably, that what we've got right now could exacerbate inequity. So grateful to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Money, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last 2 years, a record number of retail investors have opened brokerage accounts. Last year, individual investors' estimated share of equities trade volume reached a decade high. Although financial outcomes for individual investors will vary, I see increased participation in our capital markets as a positive development for wealth creation. Investors who bought shares of an ETF that tracks the S&P 500 on January 1st, 2020 would see roughly a 29% return on their investment today. That kind of return can make it easier to buy a house or save for a child's education. So my question, Chairman Gensler, do you consider increased participation by retail investors to be a positive development? And if so, how will market access factor into your decision-making at the SEC?
I think, Congressman, that market access is important. Market access and an informed public making their own risk decisions in participating in markets, and that these new financial technology apps have helped facilitate that. What we're also doing, though, is ensuring that investors are protected, and that we look at these gamification features and other prompts to see that they're still protected and they're not just encouraged in sort of in a method to trade more, chasing after something that behavioral prompts are encouraging them to do.
Well, thank you. You know, as a good Republican, we always say, whenever possible, quote Ronald Reagan. So as President Ronald Reagan once said, government can and must provide opportunity, not smother it. Foster productivity, not stifle it, close quotes. So my fear is that overregulation could stifle the trend of greater participation from retail investors. Bad or just simply misguided legislation could have negative effects as well. Specifically, banning payment for order flow is not the right approach. If we ban payment for order flow, a practice that's been around for decades, I fear we may see the end of commission-free trading. And commission-free trading has been a driving force behind increased retail participation, and a return to commissions would make it harder for new retail investors to participate in our markets. The consequences of that could be devastating. As we discussed earlier, participating in our markets is a fantastic way for, you know, everybody in America, every person to build wealth. It is so I urge my Democrat colleagues to not get in the way of a good thing. Increased participation by retail is a positive development. Let's not regulate or legislate that progress away. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torters, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is to Chair Gensler. Mr. Chair, do you believe there is an inherent conflict between payment for order flow and best execution?
We have, thank you, Congressman. I look forward to working with you. We have found, as highlighted earlier in the hearing, that there has been times where there's an inherent conflict, even when the wholesaler paying for that order flow has said, look, you tell me roughly, you know, I can pay you more, I can pay the customer more. There are firms that have zero commission that don't have payment for order flow. And also to the earlier question, there are countries, the United Kingdom banned payment for order flow. Canada has banned payment for order flow. So I've just asked staff to, let's look at this holistically as to what promotes fair, orderly, and efficient markets, protects investors the best.
I'm curious, at the moment, do you ever, if I were to ask you, because payment for order flow is clearly a trade-off. It has benefits, it has cost. Do you have a position on whether the cost outweigh the benefit at this moment?
I still want to hear from staff and work with my fellow commissioners. But to your earlier question, there is this tension. There is a conflict there. And it's also led to a handful, really one or two wholesalers to have a dominant share in the retail market. And that concentration also raises issues of fragility, the data that they have, do they get a competitive advantage on the rest of the market? Concentration usually leads to less efficient markets.
Now, it's often said zero commissions trading is free, but there's a sense in which it's deceptively free. It has no cost at the front end, but it certainly has a hidden cost at the back end. Do you agree with that assessment? And how can we make that hidden cost more visible to retail investors?
It's a very good question, whether, because there are costs. There are costs. It's sort of like an iceberg, but most of the iceberg is below the surface. The costs are below the surface. Payment for order flow is one of the costs. The data that someone else in the market gets enough data to trade that market better for them and a little less well for everybody else.
You mentioned, two concerns I have is market concentration and systemic risk. It's been reported that Citadel controls 47% of the retail order flow market. It's also been reported that Melvin Capital, which sustained 51% losses in January of 2021, was heavily leveraged. How are we going to address market concentration and systemic risk in this market?
I think by thinking through as best we can how to instill through market rules and transparency, vibrant competition. And vibrant competition so that one firm doesn't necessarily through economics get to that center and get to dominate. We see concentration also in the brokerage side, increasing concentration on the brokerage side. So it's not just on the market making side. And that's what I've asked staff and our Division of Economic Research and others to work at.
And as you know, there was controversy around Robinhood's decision to restrict trading. I've heard the arguments. I, for one, actually find the arguments to be reasonable. It seems like Robinhood would have had the inability to meet margin call. But it raises a larger question for me. It seems to me the ability of a broker to restrict trading appears to be absolute. I'm wondering, should there be any limits on the ability of a broker to restrict trading to ensure that it's done reasonably and that there's no abuse of power?
So I think what happened here is to protect the clearinghouse and protect it, because this firm didn't have enough liquidity and they scrambled around to raise a little over $1 billion that fateful day. They and some others restricted trading. I think access to the markets is a fundamental part of the markets. And so the folks that took it on the chin, so to speak, were people that wanted that access at that critical time. And so we're looking at that very closely at the agency.
But should there be limits? Yes, sir. Should there be limits on the ability of a broker to restrict trading?
Again, it's only my third week of the job.
All right, that is a key question. Key question. Should there be limits on restricting trading? And he's kind of like, oh, it's only my third week. Oh, don't get. No, it's exactly. He said it first and foremost just a second ago. He said it. He said, look, the ones that were hurt the day that happened, the day that Robinhood decided to restrict trading in January, when that happened with GameStop, there were some people that took it on the chin. And there were some people that took it on the chin big time, right? They had a bunch of gains just taken away. It was just pulled away, all right? And then there was, obviously, and I've been saying this for a while, I don't personally agree with halts. I don't think halts are a good thing. I do not. On the way down, I will agree with it that it's on the way down, that a halt would be okay. I think restricting on the way down to keep a stock from crashing and a company going bankrupt, whatever, that sort of thing, I am 100% agree with. I do not agree with any restriction of trading when it goes up. The problem in this entire situation, and I'm got to throw my opinion out there. I got to stay on my soapbox just for a second here. The problem with it was that we're not having trouble with the collateral side on the back end. And it was all about the money. Here's the thing. If they would have had the money, they would not have restricted trading. I get that. If they would have had it. But the point being is you shouldn't have to worry about that. And that's where the settlement thing comes in. And that, I think, they're all worried. Everybody keeps talking about is payment for order flow, payment for this thing, right? It's not about that. It's about the decision that they made to stop it. And that they have the access and the ability to do that. I don't personally feel like they should have the ability to do that. If your company isn't liquid enough, that's your problem. That isn't our problem. You know what I'm saying? There's no reason that should be passed to the consumer because you have a problem. Fix your problem. Put money in your bank. Get liquid. Understand that stuff like this does happen. Granted, it doesn't happen all the time. It's few and far between on these big giant jumps like that, right? But at the same time, it can happen. So be prepared for if it happens. That's all it is. Be prepared for it. And don't let people make decisions to restrict. I do not think a platform should have any ability to start or stop trading. 100%, they should be locked in. They should have no access whatsoever to that. The only thing that they should have access to is basically signing people up to be able to do it. That's it. 100%, that's my belief. You can take that with a grain of salt. It is what it is. But I do not believe that payment for order flow is the issue here. The issue in the grand scheme of things is allowing somebody to make the decision to stop it and halt it because, hey, let's just be honest. I've been watching a lot of halts in the market in the past couple months that I've been following it on my show. And probably 85 to 90% of those halts end up into a stock going down. I'm just saying. And that's my soapbox. Let's get back into it.
So
You've been thinking about these topics for a long time.
I understand. I would have to say, whether you're the smallest investor or the largest investor, one of the hallmarks of our markets is access to trading. And so it does concern me that retail investors were shut out during a fateful time. But again, there's a balance. They had to protect the clearinghouse as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McHenry, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimony and participation in today's hearing. Chairman Gensler, I want to welcome you as well to your first appearance before the committee in your new role. Historically, the SEC has administered the federal security laws in a bipartisan fashion. Chairman Gensler, I hope you continue that tradition, as I believe discussions about security laws are not where we should be holding debates about climate change or racial inequalities or other extraneous issues. As the American economy continues to recover from the government-imposed shutdowns due to COVID-19, I also urge you to avoid placing overburdensome regulations through backdoor regulating that could lead to limited consumer access to credit or stifle job growth. As we analyze the events surrounding GameStop, we again are discussing payment for order flow, a conversation that has been ongoing since the 1980s. I'm not in favor of banning payment for order flow like the legislation my Democratic colleagues have introduced to this hearing, especially without the proper due diligence of studying its benefits and costs. The updated reporting requirements released in 2018 were a good first step, a good step forward, but I think we should continue to investigate if those changes are providing the necessary transparency for investors. Chairman Gensler, in the previous hearing, I asked one of our witnesses what reforms he thought the SEC should implement or could implement with respect to payment for order flow to increase transparency for retail investors, and he suggested more granular 606 reports, specifically doing more to provide better public transparency of best execution. Are you looking into additional changes to those reports? And if so, what changes?
So I thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you and your staff and bipartisanship in any way that your advice. I want to turn to your question. I think transparency is very helpful, and transparency around these potential conflicts. I don't know that that will get us all the way there, and that's why I've asked the staff as to market structure, and more broadly, not just about wholesalers and brokerage shops like Robinhood, but also exchanges and brokerage shops which pay rebates. And that whole market structure, what's going to promote the most competition, the most efficiency. So when a company goes to raise money, they have the most efficient markets. And when working families save, they can save best for retirement. And at the middle, if we have concentration often economic shows leads to higher economic rents and higher costs. So competition in that middle of the market is what would serve as my question to the staff.
What is the time frame and prioritization for your examination of payment for order flow?
Again, just 3 weeks in the job, so I don't know which month, but just because the chairwoman asked to have this hearing, you can imagine we've spent a lot of time just in the last 2 weeks. We're looking to probably publish a GameStop report this summer, but that won't be the only piece of it. It's really looking at what should we be doing in terms of overall market structure and whatever rules we can do, whether it be, as you said, updating our transparency around this Rule 606 or going further.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, in your written testimony, you said that the SEC's 2018 disclosure requirement updates that took effect in 2020 have increased the public transparency of payment for order flow, but that FINRA believes that additional updates to order routing disclosure are necessary. Could you describe what updates you are planning to recommend?
Thank you for that question, sir. I think we'd like to explore with the SEC to build on, I think it was a very positive development, the 2018 disclosure you're referring to. It just became effective in 2020. A lot of the debate around payment for order flow now is informed by that additional disclosure. So I think that's been very helpful. The question is whether there might be more granular information about payment for order flow. We might think about some of that being reported to regulators to help them investigate how orders are being routed. But also more disclosure to investors, and that might be enhanced 606 reports or considering disclosures at the point of sale.
Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to our guests today. Chair Gensler, first of all, congratulations on your confirmation. I want to focus my questions on increasing transparency within the markets. As you know, on a quarterly basis, some of our largest institutional investors must disclose their equity holdings via Form 13F. However, both the GameStop and Archegos controversies have highlighted some serious weak points and loopholes in Form 13F. So, which for example, Archegos, which caused billions in losses for some of the world's largest financial institutions like Credit Suisse, was able to skirt disclosing its sizable derivatives positions because Form 13F doesn't require covered flyers to disclose. So, as chairman of SEC, what reforms to 13F do you believe need to be made to provide more transparency to the markets and investors? And do you believe that 13F filings should be expanded to include derivatives?
I thank you for that question. I do think, and Congress anticipated this by giving authority to the SEC to do that. I think these derivatives, or what's known in this case as total return swaps, being included in those filings would be positive. I can't speak on behalf of the commission. I'm just speaking on my behalf, but I've asked staff to prepare recommendations to the 5-member commission to use that authority that the SEC has. I also think that there might be other updates that we should do beyond just derivatives as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bonson, Robinhood CEO blamed the trade settlement cycle for Robinhood's inability to meet NSCC's margin demands, which he says forced Robinhood to restrict trading in GameStop stock and other stocks so it could reduce its risk profile, therefore reducing the amount that it would have to pay into NSCC's margin fund. So, Mr. Boston, can you please describe generally what factors NSCC uses to determine a member firm's risk profile, and estimate how often it is that a member firm is surprised at the amount it has to pay into a clearinghouse's margin fund?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Our formulas, our models are all SEC approved and subject to public commentary. The model is commonly known as a value at risk model. It is a statistically widely accepted and supported model to estimate the potential loss that the portfolio of open trades that a firm has. What's the loss over the 2-day period to settlement? In the case of Robinhood and others, because they were not the only firm that was facing these situations, the model saw that they had large concentration of transactions in buy. So they were, instead of a portfolio of buys and sells, they were all buy trades in stocks that were moving around 100 to 200 to 300% a day, which is incredible volatility, and with volumes that were over 100 times above what would be normal. All these factors lead the model to say this is a very risky situation. If a firm defaults, there's a possibility of those stocks losing all their value in an equal period of time. So that's what drove the margin charge from Robinhood and some other firms where you saw this heavy retail flow. We provide our members the model itself in our rules. We have model guides to help them understand it. We have APIs, which sends information to the firms. We have a customer portal where they can see what we're seeing. Now, the model itself runs overnight. So one can understand a firm may not know the exact precise amount that may come out the next day, because especially in this type of marketplace, but they can anticipate that there will be a significant increase overnight as a result of seeing their customers' activity coming through them.
Okay, so we know that it was an unprecedented week, but do you believe that it was the settlement cycle that's to blame for Robinhood's margin issues, or is this just a case of poor risk management?
Well, I think it's more a question of, if there was a shorter settlement cycle, yes, the margin charge would be reduced, because that period of time maybe would go from 2 days to 1 day, and therefore the portfolio of open trades would be lower. The volatility would not have to be over 2 days, but to 1 day. I'm not sure blame is the right term for a settlement cycle. That simply is an industry convention.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, you're back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I don't know about everybody on these virtual hearings, but man, I look forward to the majority allowing us to be back in person in the not too distant future. I think it'll be really nice just to actually see people instead of doing this virtually on some pretty important topics, but away we go. Mr. Chairman Gensler, really appreciate you being here today. At the hearing last month, I asked Acting Director Coates about some statements he made regarding the SPAC market in his then temporary capacity as the head of the Division of Corporation Finance. As you know, in my opinion, his comments had some pretty impactful effects on the SPAC markets. Acting Director Coates was hired by Commissioner Lee when she was the acting chair, but Coates has remained in that role under your chairmanship. In fact, several of the commissioners Lee's hired have remained in prominent roles, including your chief of staff. Do you intend to retain Acting Director Coates as the permanent head of the Division of Corporation Finance?
Thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you. John Coates is a valued member of the senior staff of the SEC, and while I only met him recently, he's contributing and working really well.
Fair. Did you provide any consultation with Commissioner Lee about or exert influence over staff hiring, both in the roles of the chairman's office and for the SEC divisions prior to being sworn in as chairman?
No.
Okay. That's helpful. Do you have any input into the hiring of Acting Director Coates then? No?
As I just said, no.
Okay, I'll shift gears. Let's jump into a favorite topic of mine, ESG disclosures. I've been concerned that our securities laws are going to be misused to push social policy agendas that are at best tangentially related to investor protection and capital formation. And with that in mind, I want to ask you about Commissioner Lee's recent remarks at the Center for American Progress. Because in her speech, Commissioner Lee suggested the SEC should focus its attention on political disclosures. She said the following, quote, many companies that have made carbon neutral pledges or otherwise state they support climate friendly initiatives have donated substantial sums to candidates with climate voting records inconsistent with such assertions, end quote. And I'm concerned that pursuing policies like this at the SEC is going to lead to mandatory disclosures of information that aren't material to your average investor, and that is instead really an attempt to leverage the SEC to engage in naming and shaming. Did you, by chance, discuss Commissioner Lee's remarks before she made them?
Congressman, I was a private citizen at MIT.
Completely fair. So on the record, you were not engaged in providing advice on those comments or in consultation?
Until I was honored by the U.S. Senate and appointed by the president, I was at MIT as a professor, and
totally fine. Just wanted to confirm that was the case. Do you think, with all the critical challenges we're facing today, and in particular in front of the SEC, do you feel at this time you intend to prioritize that issue?
I am, sir, and let me explain why. I think that our markets, our core to our market structure is disclosure, and investors being able to decide what risks they take based upon the disclosure from issuers. And this decade, the 2020s, the climate risk is something that increasing number of investors, measured in the trillions of dollars, have really said this is something that they want to better understand as they make their investment choices. And I think we can help bring consistency and comparability. I think we can do it through notice and comment. There's a comment period that Acting Chair Lee actually started. I didn't have a part of that, but she started Acting Chair Lee. We're gonna get a lot of comments from the public come June, and I encourage anybody to weigh in for or against the details. Really helpful to learn from the public their views on this. But it's about the investors and disclosure that investors want in making their investment and proxy choices.
I appreciate you answering. With the limited time, I say I look forward to the discussion, look forward to working with you, and appreciate you attending today's virtual hearing. And with that, Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry, for holding this hearing today. And thanks to all the witnesses for your informative testimony. This is the third hearing we've had about GameStop. And people joke about Congress having a short attention span, but unfortunately, this is not old news. Every week, there is a stock price going up and down for no real reason. Every month, there's a new financial trend to get rich quick, GameStop, SPACs, NIFs, and it's pretty much always the same people who are getting rich. People in working class communities like mine don't know how they'll retire. They're worried about whether their parents are going to live, but they are the ones who come out ahead. Mr. Gensler, as you mentioned in your written testimony, one firm, Citadel, apparently handles almost half of all retail trading volume. There's a lot of reasons why that's troubling, but retail traders talk all the time about democratizing finance and letting in the little guy. I think that's like saying Amazon democratized reading, because big players like Citadel, the only companies large enough to handle all these trades, are getting way bigger. Mr. Gensler, do you think that the payment for order flow arrangements that companies like Robinhood use simply entrench big players like Citadel?
You raise a very good question, and I think it's an interrelated question I've asked staff to help our 5-member commission on, is the market structure right now has some concentration in the retail space that you just mentioned, that there's dominant market makers buying this payment for order flow. I think there's also some conflicts that arise between are we, the public, getting best execution. When I put in, I no longer can do this because I'm at the SEC, but before I got there, when I would put in an order into my broker that's a market order, that market order is actually going about 98% or something of those market orders, depending upon the month, are going to a handful of wholesalers. They don't go to the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ. They don't even go to dark markets called ATSs. They largely go, the retail order flow that are market orders go to those. And so it raises questions, is this the most efficient market? Is this the fair, orderly, efficient markets Congress has mandated the SEC to do? And secondarily, does it lead to some fragility in markets from the market concentration? That's what I'm going to look at and look to make sure. And I think it matters to companies and issuers too, that the capital formation is better when there's intense competition in the middle of the market.
Well, I'm glad that you're looking at it and that we'll be hearing from you in the near future. Do you see a potential problem with one firm like Citadel having so much concentrated power in a single market?
It does raise questions of, does it make the market or leave the market potentially more fragile, potentially less innovative, and whether the pricing in that marketplace is not benefiting from as much robust competition. We know economics tells us when there's a lot of competition in a market with multiple parties, it tends to lead to better pricing for the users of that market.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize, but the power went out. That was the craziest thing. I was sitting here, we're watching everything, and all of a sudden, boom! I mean, literally, everything went out. I'm like, I looked outside, it's like, it's not raining. It's clear. I don't, the power just went out. Everything just went, computer went down, everything turned off, lights in my whole house went out. Somebody somewhere either hit a pole or did something, I don't know, but it went out. And about 2 seconds later, it just it came back on. Like, luckily, my computer said, hey, would you like to open up everything you already had open? I'm like, thank you, that'd be great. Wow. I mean, we're like in the middle. We're like in the middle of the stream, and zoom, gone. The only thing that stayed on was my laptop because it has a battery, but that was wild. I mean, I literally was like, everything just went boom. Arnold said, I thought it was my phone. one had just came in here and said this video is from yesterday, and I was getting ready to respond. And then all of a sudden, boom! I didn't hear no brakes. I didn't hear tires squealing or anything like that. But yeah, that was wild. That's honestly, I only know of like 3 times that my powers ever went out, and I've been here for what, like 4 years now. So that's craziness to think that happened in the middle of. Man, it just somebody just didn't like what old Chair Gensler was saying on that. Oh, that's never happened to me. And, you don't think about it till something like that happens, but thankfully it didn't kick out of my stream. It just came back into it. So hopefully it just continues working, continues running. We'll get some people pop back in here. They'll probably be like, what happened? But I apologize. Yeah, power went out. I literally was sitting in the dark. It's just dark. It went darkness. But all right. So let's get back into it. Chair Gensler, you can continue with whatever you were talking about. Oh, wild. Here we go. Let's play it.
Is not benefiting from as much robust competition. We know economics tells us when there's a lot of competition in a market with multiple parties, it tends to lead to better pricing for the users of that market.
Yes, and do you think that a firm like Citadel could potentially pose a systemic risk to the U.S. financial system, and should FSI review the risks associated with such a large market maker?
Well, again, sir, I haven't focused on just that firm, but I just think that market concentration and the market making can lead to issues that player has data advantages, like we've seen an online search engine. There's one online search engine in America that most of us go to, and so that firm has data advantages. Now, in the middle of our capital markets, one firm may, in the retail order flow, so it's in the retail order flow that you mentioned, have growing data advantages over other market participants.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin with my questions, I want to reiterate what my friend from Wisconsin, Congressman Stiles, said. I really look forward to getting back in person, and I hope that we can do that as soon as possible. Mr. Bodson, it is easy to Monday morning quarterback, but in your opinion, did Robinhood act appropriately in restricting trading in certain stocks based on current regulations they and the DTCC are subject to?
I really can't comment on Robinhood's decision. Only Robinhood can do that. I'd be speculating and really would not be appropriate. What we know is there was a large margin charge that they were subject to. The premium component was waived. They met their requirement and remained a member in good standing. What happened next? The decision to restrict trading really was internal to Robinhood. We did not have discussions about that.
Understood. Thank you. Commissioner Gensler, do you believe that payment for order flow improves overall market liquidity and order execution for retail investors?
I'm going to have to study it a little bit more with our Division of Economic Research and Trading and Markets in terms of this very important question you just raised. Does it increase liquidity? Is it neutral, or is it negative to liquidity? I haven't formed a view on that yet, sir.
Sure, thank you. Also, Commissioner Gensler, Germany's financial regulator ran into trouble when it banned short selling in Wirecard stock and filed criminal complaints against 2 journalists reporting whistleblower allegations against the company. Do you believe that it's necessary for short sellers to disclose their short positions in 13F filings? And could this additional disclosure lead to a similar situation of regulatory overreach in the U.S.?
I'm not familiar with the circumstances you're mentioning, but let me say Congress anticipated and gave authorities to the SEC to on a monthly basis require aggregate information in the short selling market. FINRA, and Mr. Cook could speak to it, already publishes some information on a biweekly basis. I think that transparency is positive to markets, and I've asked staff to put forward recommendations to our 5-member commission. It was actually a mandate from Congress. It wasn't a may, it was a shall. So we're going to lean in and follow Congress's mandate from 12 years ago.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Last question for you. Do you believe that short sellers play a role in maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient capital markets?
I think that short selling, which is probably as old as capital markets, several hundred years or more old, does play a role in capital markets and price formation. The important tenet for the SEC is to ensure that the markets are free of fraud and manipulation. And so those participants in the market, whether they're on the buy side or long side or on the short side, are doing so without defrauding or manipulating the markets, and that there's the appropriate transparency.
Sure, thank you. Mr. Cook, do you believe that know your customer rules and current policies can continue to protect retail investors regardless of their broker-dealer?
Could you repeat that question, sir? There was some interference.
Sure, sorry. I said, do you believe that know your customer rules and current policies can continue to protect retail investors regardless of their broker-dealer?
Oh, thank you for that question, sir. I think it's important to note that there are existing rules along the lines that you described that include know your customer, and for certain more complex products like options, a requirement that those accounts be additional information be acquired, and also that the firm make a determination about whether the account would be appropriate. That said, I think as sort of the theme of the hearing and some of the conversations around these events, technology has changed the world, and some of those rules are quite old. And I think it's worth at least looking at whether they should be updated, but while taking into account the need to avoid unintended consequences or unduly limiting access to the markets.
Sure, I appreciate that answer. And I'm going to finish how I started. Madam Chair, we really need to get back to work in person. I'm getting very tired of ring lights and cameras on the computer. So I hope we can get back to work soon. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate it. Thank you for the panelists. I know that many of you know that high frequency trading conducted by market makers like Citadel Securities drive market validity and working people pay the price through their 401k and pension funds. That's what I'm most concerned about. Prior to 2008 and the financial crisis in 2008, Citadel sought to leverage its status as a hedge fund to compete with U.S. investment banks, but it didn't work. But Citadel has since used this regulatory blind spot to establish themselves as a dominant market maker for retail investors. So, Chairman Gensler, as a hedge fund, is Citadel Securities supervised by the Fed?
Good to see you again, by the way, Congresswoman. And I was just thinking, are they supervised by the Federal Reserve is a question for them, but if they're registered, Citadel Securities is registered at the SEC.
Are they designated? Is this helpful? Are they designated as systematically important financial institution? Are they considered a SIF?
I don't believe that I do not believe that the Financial Stability Oversight Council has made such designation.
Yeah, and so according to its own website, Chairman, actually Citadel Securities says they execute about 40% of all U.S. listed retail volume, and reportedly handles almost as much trading volume as NASDAQ. As market makers like Citadel conduct these high frequency trades, it's estimated that pension and retirement accounts already pay an annual $5 billion so-called quote tax, which is extremely alarming. And even though 50% of the American families, we don't own stock at all, it's working people who pay the price when Wall Street gambles with our money. And so, Chairman Gensler, in your testimony today, you did acknowledge that quote, issues of concentration may increase potential system-wide risks should any single incumbent with significant size or market value fail. Sorry if I misquoted, but I think what I'm more concerned is, do you believe Citadel and the firm like it currently pose a systematic risk to our financial system?
Yeah, so I do think that what we're seeing inside the financial markets is concentration growing. We see this outside of finance as well. We see it in search engines and online retailing and online streaming.
Don't you think this is like an extreme version of that? I mean, this is when they're doing this much trading and they're not considered a systematic risk.
Well, I don't know how to compare it to other parts of the economy, but we're seeing similar economics about the network effects that a firm gets increased advantage of data, then they're growing concentration. So I've asked staff to really take a look at this because there are issues not just of fragility or resiliency, which you've raised, but also, is this the most efficient capital markets if there's a player? Now, this is just in the retail space, but players that are so concentrated in that space, and is the pricing in the market the best?
Yeah, and what's concerning is, as you know, the Citadel's impact on pricing and liquidity is if they fail. I mean, the pensions. I mean, there's going to be direct impact. But Chairman, does the SEC have any contingencies in place in the event of a failure of a large market maker like Citadel right now, if they fail?
Well, part of that is also our oversight of the clearing houses and ensuring that there's appropriate oversight of their counterparties. And this would be true of any large market player. But I'd like to work with you and your staff a little bit more, because in my third week, I haven't sat down and sort of found out all those but by rigorous oversight of all the brokerage firms and the significant brokerage firms and clearinghouse.
Yeah, well, as a market maker like Citadel has grown larger and consolidated their market position, they have used their status as a hedge fund to evade regulatory scrutiny, and it's very clear. So I hope the SEC cannot, doesn't turn a blind eye to this regulatory loophole or the systematic risk hedge funds like Citadel poses. And so again, I really appreciate the chairwoman bringing this to light, because we will not have a healthy, transparent market so long as retail orders are directed towards a shrinking handful of wholesale traders. And so again, it's really important. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate our witnesses coming to be here. I think this is an important hearing, and I'm Van Taylor. I represent Texas, and this is I'm the junior most Republican, so the end is near. You can celebrate that. Wanted to, Mr. Gensler, just talk to you about something that happened in the previous administration. So President Trump assigned an executive order prohibiting investors from trading in dozens of Chinese securities. However, those primarily U.S. investors investing in ADRs are now unable to divest those Chinese securities. And so it's really unclear what the plan is for those U.S. investors to get out of those Chinese securities. I realize this didn't happen on your watch, but I'm wondering what the plan is to help those. And some of those investors there's some big ones and some small ones. I, of course, hear from the small ones. They're concerned about, hey, how am I going to get out of this? What is the SEC's plan on this?
So first, I congratulate you if your first term in this is a terrific to get to know you. It's a terrific committee, if I could say. I've worked with this committee in 3 administrations. There are many other great committees too, though. But I'd like to work with you and your staff to understand the issue better. I have to say I hadn't yet been briefed on what you're saying is for investors to basically sell out of investments that they're right now kind of locked in.
So the problem is these investors got frozen into these investments, and I mean, as you've said, and I certainly it's something I heard in my time at Harvard Business School. I mean, hey, we've got great capital markets in this country, and it's a major competitive advantage for our nation to have those great capital markets for the formation and allocation of capital. And Chinese companies were taking advantage of that, and we said, okay, you're not going to take advantage of it anymore. But we ended up freezing investors and so now investors have their capital stuck in investments, and I'm trying to figure out how are we going to get them out. Again, we don't want people to play in that market, but how are we going to get them out of it?
One of the wonderful things for the public listening is our representative democracy. As a member raises a question like this, somebody in the administrative state like me, I will now go back and try to learn about this issue, and I look forward to chatting more about it with you.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for letting me flag this one for you. But it is obviously it's important for those people, and I think it's important. It also can perhaps create a road path for this kind of action in the future instead of just locking it up and then everybody going, okay, what now? There's actually an exit ramp. Mr. Botson, the DTCC released their white paper, Advancing Together, Leading the Industry to Accelerated Settlement. I obviously the last iteration of this GameStop hearing focused a lot on accelerated settlement T1 versus T2. I think you've done a good job of explaining some of the benefits of going from a T1 to a T2, and I think it would have certainly helped. Would have helped in this particular scenario that we're having this hearing under if you'd had a T1 instead of a T2. But one of the things that I wanted to understand a little bit more from your point of view, can you talk about distributed ledger technology and what that would actually mean and how it would work in this particular circumstance?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for the question. The move to T1 really will be based upon existing technology, with looking to see if we could apply DLT and other technologies to help solve the problem. As I said, speeding up the process lowers credit risk, but it increases operational risk. So there's a whole series of processes that have to be done before a trade is settled. The easy parts in some ways is the trading part and the settlement part, because they're somewhat just bilateral transactions. But in between, as an example, any institutional asset manager has to take the trade. It's done throughout the day, aggregate that trade, break it up amongst all the funds, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to go into too much nuance. So, all these steps require communication, reconciliation, passing of information. So there are instances where something like DLT, where you do have that advantage of a golden source being distributed, where it could be very much applicable. So, DLT, smart contracts.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Watson. I need to ask one quick question. Do you need any statutory authority to go from T2 to T1? Do you need us to pass a law, or do you have the authority you need?
No, thank you, Congressman. If I do, I will definitely reach back to the committee. But at this point, the industry is coalescing around the move to T1. As you heard from Chairman Gensler and Robert Cook, we're all moving in the right direction. So I think at this point, the industry unto itself will get there.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to our witnesses for their patience and persistence in this meeting, and to the chairwoman for organizing this. And the first of these hearings, I have focused on the tension between using technology to democratize access to assets and to wealth building opportunities. And I believe that's critical and potentially a way for us to narrow the wealth gap in this country. But on the other hand, the increasing gamification of finance for non-accredited investors or investors who don't have the wherewithal or the sophistication to be making the kind of bets that they're making. And I think in particular where the rubber hits the road on this tension is with options and with the gamification of options, which are a very fast way to make money, but a very fast way to lose money as well, and that they have binary outcomes in a very narrow time window. I would appreciate hearing from first Mr. Cook and then Mr. Gensler on where FINRA and the SEC feels like they draw the line between creating a good user experience, which obviously is in the best interest of any business, with inappropriately inducing behavior that actually is not in the fiduciary interests of the user.
Thank you for that question, sir. I think you touch on the issue and characterize it exactly. There's a tension, there's a balance here, and we need to try to strike the right balance. With respect to options, we have issued guidance recently reminding firms of their obligations here. But I appreciate your raising options because I think they there's a way in which all these issues kind of come together: options, payment for order flow, gamification, right? Because options tend to provide greater payment for order flow. And so one of the things we often think about the conflicts in payment for order flow as which firm do I route my orders to, right? But there's a second level of conflict that options is one example of. I think there are others where there's a question about which product or which orders do I want to route, because some may give me more payment than others, and combine that with the gamification. I think it becomes a package that we really need to look at all pieces of this together. So I really appreciate Chair Gensler's leadership on this in talking about getting his staff to think through all these issues, and we welcome the opportunity to engage with them.
Because Mr. Cook, the spread is wider on options, and so they're more attractive for the payment for order flow. Yes, the amounts of payment for order flow in the options world, which tend to come from exchanges, not from the wholesalers, is generally higher. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Gensler?
Well, I think that as Mr. Cook said, it's taking somewhat of a holistic approach in the variety of places, but options raise a couple other issues. There's more risk because of the inherent what's called leverage. I can say I want to make an investment that something's going to go up or down, but I could lose all my money very easily in an option.
No, I know what options are and what leverage is. My question, Mr. Gensler, is do you think the SEC standards for demarcating where gamification and a good user experience and a fiduciary responsibility begin are clear enough and are being followed in the industry?
I think that we need to look very seriously at freshening up our rules, that the behavioral prompts, the gamification is inspiring people to trade more. And economic research, a number of economic research shows that the more you trade doesn't necessarily lead to better results, particularly in the field of options. I was just mentioning the leverage because it's potentially more pernicious in options.
Absolutely, Mr. Gensler, and I appreciate that. And what I would encourage you and your staff to focus on is the reality that this trend of gamification is actually going to accelerate. It's a common maxim, for example, in the consumer tech industry, that the frontier of tight feedback loops and user experience are actually in video games. Video games have always been on the bleeding edge of how to create captivating online experiences. And the time between when video games put something out there that works and when other kinds of consumer tech adopt it, like brokers, is getting shorter and shorter and shorter.
And if I could add, it's also the use of predictive data analytics, or what's called deep learning and machine learning, which was part of my research at MIT. You combine that and then differentiate that you would market to you differently than the chairwoman. And you would find a way to get the chairwoman to trade one way and you to trade another way. I'm not saying that either of you were doing this, but I'm just saying that that's the sophistication of what's happening now.
It's an excellent point, sir. And I will hope and do hope that you will tell this committee if you feel like you need more statutory authority or more funding to fully draw that line and enforce it, because it's critically important.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we close the hearing, I'd like to just share information in relationship to a question we've been getting about transaction tax. That was not a part of the proposal. No proposal in this committee hearing, and we don't have jurisdiction over that anyway. So for those people who have been contacting us about the transaction tax, that was not a part of this hearing. And so with that, I would like to thank our distinguished witnesses for their testimony today. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask all of our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you are able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. Again, I certainly would like to thank all of our witnesses today, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank
All righty, adjourned. Woohoo! So I literally missed like the last 20 minutes. The last 20 minutes of that yesterday. And that's about it. So they were so close, man. I had to get out of there and get into the AMC earnings yesterday, which was huge. If you didn't get a chance to see it, make sure you go and you watch the AMC earnings special that I did yesterday. It's on my YouTube channel. I know it's like almost 3 hours, but you can scrub through. But you definitely need to at least watch the actual call. That was the best part. The call was epic. Unless you were on it and you witnessed it, it was epic. Joe says, I'm taking Thumper's advice on this woman. I like he said, peasants aren't worthy. Hey, for those of you that maybe came in after I kind of announced what happened a little while ago, we were watching this. We were watching the GameStop hearing, and all of a sudden, boom! Everything went dark in my house, like literally power outage. Like everything went dark except for my laptop because that's a battery. But that's it. It was like someone just went boom and just turned off all the lights. I mean, everything went black. I was like, oh! I literally thought for a minute there that the apocalypse had happened. I'm like looking out the window, like what's going on? I look out the window and it's clear as can be. It's sunny. There's nothing. I'm like, what is someone must have hit a pole or something. I don't know what happened. But then about 30 seconds later, it all came back on. So I don't know. Someone somewhere stepped on a wire, or a squirrel hit the an EMP. Joey said it was an EMP. It's an EMP. EMP! I thought maybe a squirrel got up into the transformer, like a fried squirrel, you know? And it's like the water boy. What's for dinner? Squirrel. Like the bug zapper. Squirrel. Oh, I love it. EMP. It did it. Everything just went down. I was like, what's going on? I was about to tuck and run. I was about to duck and run, man. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but all I know is it went black. Everything went black. But hey, we're up and running. I didn't have to change the stream. It just hung in there for a minute. Excuse me, long enough for me to just get back in here. But hey, we got 2 hours and 32 minutes left of this trading day. I just wanted to, the whole reason why I played that for the last hour, I just wanted to see the ending. I wanted to kind of go over it, catch the ending for good, be able to watch it fully, because yesterday I was trying to get all that AMC stuff squared away. So, that is supposed to be the final GameStop hearing. I must say that the people on those hearings, pretty much, for the most part, ask the same questions every time. Like I already knew the one representative. What is it? Is it Axney? I think is her name. Anyway, I already knew she's gonna say, "Me and my husband have a digital design firm," and it's gonna go into the same spiel about the gamification. She talked about that every time, same thing, almost like quote for quote, the same thing. And then you got some of the other people that said some of the same information, same stuff. It's just a matter of asking it to different people to get their opinions, but here's what I think, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna soapbox it one more time here. All right, I get it. There is some payment for order flow stuff that probably needs to be somewhat fixed, right? I get it. There's some back end bumbo jumbo that's going on that needs some disclosure, right? That's the key word, was disclosure. But I do not think that the platform the company, the trading company, the platform, the broker. Oh, better play some music. Anyway, I do not think that the broker should have the ability to halt trading. I think that should be taken away. The only people that should have the ability to halt trading is the exchange. That's it. Why? Like, there should be no reason. And I get it. You know, Gensler said, hey, we need the balance, right? I get it. This shouldn't have happened, but we need the balance on this side. Well, you know what? Have the balance. Put money in the account. Make sure it's there. Cover it. Fix the settlement time. That'll help too. Everybody keeps saying, hey, fix the settlement. You won't have as much problem. There you go. Fix all that. Fix it. This problem should have never happened. Point blank. People should not have been frozen. The stock should not have stopped. None of that should have happened. It should not have happened. And that's the point that's being made. You can't just say, oh, well, I'm in my third week. I don't know. What? No. Fix it. I don't need this. I need to fix the issue. It's easy. There's a problem, you fix it. So that's my thing. That's my take. That's my soapbox. But let's go ahead and get an update. Let's take a look at AMC. It's up 4.89% at $9.44. So it's got a nice little upward trend for today. Look, big G-dub on the chart. G-dub into a G-dub. Look at that. And then GameStop sitting at 163. So it's up a little bit, 1.47%. HOFV's at $3.48, up 1%. CIDM is up 4%. So we're seeing some nice upward momentum. BlackBerry's up almost 4%. WiseKey's down all of a sudden. 777. Whoa, what happened to WiseKey? Speaking of WiseKey, I have something I have scheduled. I have a special that we're gonna do on the 18th. All right, so May 18th at 9 a.m. So I gotta get up early for this one. All right, it's 9 a.m. I am doing a WiseKey special. There is a webinar that WiseKey is doing. I happen to find it on their website where they're going to talk about NFTs with a whole bunch of other like NFT people, right? Companies, I believe. So you're going to have, is it Carlos Moreira? You're going to have CEO WiseKey. You're going to have a bunch of other guest speakers all on this webinar. It's at 9 a.m. Eastern, so which is like 3 p.m. Central European time. That's what. So yes, I know 9 a.m. isn't super early. I get it, but I'm saying like my show normally starts at 9:25, so we're starting the show a little earlier than expected. All right, so there you go. But anyway, I get you. Joey's like, that ain't early. Come on now, that's not early. But so anyway, 9 a.m. We're gonna do a. It's a webinar. It's gonna be a bunch of NFT people, and they're gonna be talking about. So here's something that's interesting with WiseKey. WiseKey, and I'm gonna pull it up here, just while I have it. WiseKey. Excuse me. They have a little part, and I've seen the picture of it already. It's about like this big, something like that. Unless it was super zoomed in, it might be like this big. But anyway, it looks about like this. That's gonna be on the Falcon 9 rocket that is getting launched to space in June via the, I believe, the SpaceX with Elon Musk. And so there is the part that they're having is like it's a security part for the rocket and everything. So it's like a security, I don't know, something with the just making sure they have secure connection, so forth, so on, whatever. Anyway. That part is going to be on the rocket. So they're going to talk about that. They're going to talk about NFTs. They're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. So I thought this has got to be like for what we've been covering, this is like perfect information. Like I have got to have this. I'm like, so I signed up for the webinar. I already got the approval and it sent me the time frame. So we are going to do that. It's on May 18th at 9 a.m. Eastern time. And we're going to listen to all the peeps. So, at least I'll have the stock chart up, whatever, but we're going to check this webinar out. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited to learn about this NFT stuff and what that company, I mean, obviously they're going to talk about the company and what they're doing. And it's just insane. I was looking on their website. If you get some time, take a look at their website on WiseKey. They have some stuff in the works that just looks like it's about to explode. So look at this. I'm talking about it and it goes up $7.88, but $7? What? I told my wife yesterday, I said, if I get some more capital here soon, based on my other stocks, I'm buying more of this. I am buying more of WiseKey. Like, this thing's about to explode. I'm telling you, they're putting parts on the Falcon 9 rocket. Like, here's the thing. They already have access, to the government to be able to start doing secure connections with the government. Like, it will not be long before they are selling their stuff to the military. I just feel like military, like consumer, all kinds of stuff. So I am on the WiseKey train. I am on board. I am on the bandwagon. So, Mr. Morera, this guy right here is on the bandwagon. Yo, I'm going to be on that webinar. I'm excited. 9 a.m. on the 18th. WiseKey, baby. Anyway, so are y'all making any money today? Hit me up in the live chat. Let me know. Are you making some money today? Let me know. Joey says, getting up early, 9. Come on, question mark. 9 a.m. Well, I just meant I had to get up a little earlier than normal to make sure everything's all squared away. Obviously, I'm always up a little earlier than my show because I have to get up and get ready and and get all the stuff turned on and and my stuff pulled up and ready to go. It'd be so easy to just flip a switch and all my stuff come on, but it doesn't work that way. I have to set everything up every morning. But let's take a look at the crypto. Doge, 61 cents. First world problem. You got it, right? Yeah, I know. It's not a problem. Come on. I enjoy doing it. I'm just saying, I do wish it would be easier to flip a switch though, and it just all pulled up. Like there's supposed to be some way to where everything on my screen pops up and when I flip on the computer, it would just turn all that on and go right to that. But I have no idea how in the world to do that. I would have to, I Googled like crazy trying to figure it out, and I just couldn't seem to figure something out. But there has got to be some way to make everything, you go to this screen, you go to that screen, you go to that screen, and then you go to here, you log in here. No, it doesn't work that way. So each morning I go on and I fix the screen up to where it's supposed to be. I've kind of got it down to a science now, so I'm a little faster at it. But there's a lot on my screen. I got so much stuff up here, this down here, over here. There's all kinds of programs running. That's why whenever that power outage happens, it takes about 5 minutes for me to get back up and running, because I got to 5 to 10 minutes to be able to put everything back to where it was at. But Joey says, I've taught my 8-year-old to turn on and off the projector and sound system, wireless mics, etc. at church. He's my run. Oh, so that's it. Just get a child, huh? just pay a kid to do it, right? just pay a kid to do it. I need an intern. I got you. I need an intern. Oh. Google YouTube to add YouTube TV to the YouTube app. Oh, so they're going to literally make it all in one, huh? Pay them. Nah, just feed house them. Just feed and house them. You're good to go, right? Oh. ACST. Let's take a look at ACST. Yeah, I knew I did something here. Let's see. Yeah, ACST seems to be the big mover. So far it's saying 42.86%. But this only says 21%, so I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting some issues with my movers gainers tool, but we'll have to check that out. But I know there was some change in it a minute ago. It's probably when everything, the power went out. Psh, everything went down. It all went down. Oh. Crypto mining might be in danger in the state of New York with this new bill. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's an attack on crypto! Let's see. What are they saying? Let's read this. A bill proposed in New York State could force local miners of Bitcoin and other crypto assets to move or stop their activities for 3 years. It says the New York Senate bill 6486 was proposed by a Democrat senator and chairman of Committee on Energy and Telecommunications, Kevin S. Parker. Well, Mr. Parker, that's not a good idea, man. Just saying. Anyway, it was co-sponsored by the Chair Committee on Aging, Chair Legislative Commission on Rural Resources, and Democrat Senator Rachel May. The bill is aimed to enforce moratorium on crypto asset mining activities in response to the environmental concerns caused by the activity allegedly consuming large quantities of fossil fuel generated electricity. Oh, that's why they're saying it. Okay. They're trying because they're using a lot of it takes a lot of electricity for it, but what about solar? You know, you could just say, hey, yo, switch to solar and we're good. You know what I mean? The bill would also impose new rules for crypto mining operations after they would be allowed. Operations after they would be allowed again, including the requirement to undergo an environmental impact review, preventing facilities not complying with the local climate change targets from operating. The bill is referred to as the Environmental Conservation Committee on May 3rd to act in accordance with New York's Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. The bill claims that a single cryptocurrency transaction uses the same amount of energy that an average American household uses in 1 month. For this reason, the regulators suggest it is reasonable to believe the associated greenhouse gas emissions will irreparably harm compliance with the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act in contravention of state law. What else? It says, as the cryptocurrency space reaches the attention of mainstream media outlets and investors, the debate concerning its environmental impact is heating up. While detractors move claims such as those below, Bitcoin proponents make counter arguments that concerns over pollution caused crypto asset mining activities are overblown and entirely unfounded. So hey, we got a little bit of it's like I want to say this is a big thing, because you got to think about it. We are talking about climate change here. We are talking about trying to use clean, good stuff, right? We're all talking about the crypto world, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, that's using a lot of energy, it's using a lot of electricity, things like that. Well, that's what we've been talking about for a while. I mean, Elon was talking about it on the Tesla earnings call last week. You listen to him, he even said, he said specifically that he feels that we need to take all the power plants and say, see you later, and on the same properties they have the power plants, just putting solar panels. And you know something? He said that would actually produce more energy than the power plants produce, and they are not good for the environment. That's the issue. They're polluting the environment every day that they're there. So that's what he's saying. He's saying, like, here's the way around it. So the other thing is, I drove last week. I went down to Florida. I drove down, drove back. All over Georgia on 75. Like, oh man, 75. I went through this area in Georgia on 75 that was just massive with solar panels. Man, I mean, like both sides of the road, solar panels. Same thing in Florida. I got a little bit further down, a few hours down in Florida, same thing, both sides. Nothing but solar panels. I mean, there was one area we went by where they had tore down, I mean, acres and acres and acres. It's tore down. And you could already see them putting in the poles for adding more solar panels. Like, it's solar crazy down there right now. Like in southern Georgia and northern Florida. If you go down there right now, you drive on 75, you'll see what I'm talking about. It's solar panel crazy. So they are really people are starting to realize. Matter of fact, my neighbor here lives across the street from me. My neighbor he works for a company that does solar panels. And he was telling me not too far from here is a field with just like acres and acres and acres of solar panels. And he helps work on them, fix them, whatever. But yes, solar, it's insane. And it's growing, and I'm telling you, you start seeing it everywhere. But hey, maybe we take some of these people that are doing this mining, maybe they should start doing solar. Just using nothing but solar power, or at least having solar plus battery, have it set up and hooked into the mining, and that'll help offset some of the electricity. Hey, it solves the problem. Hook them up with some solar panels. There you go. Done. All right, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this SNL thing tomorrow. Oh. I don't know. I may not be able to play it. It says they are a definitely copyrighted, trademarked, and everything. I mean, obviously, but I'm just saying. I got the feeling you're gonna get flagged. So I mean, they have their own YouTube channel and everything. So that's what I'm saying. Probably not going to be something that you can play live. I might just have to watch it. Like watch it on the side screen. The biggest issue is. It's like, yeah, everything that comes through that I hear is going to come out and broadcast out. So that's the problem. Unless I play it on my phone and put it in my headphone, put in another set of headphones, and just like put one in my ear here and listen to it. That'd be kind of, you know, and then just talk, whatever. That's what I need to do. I just need to email NBC, Universal, say, hey, like I'm doing a show on YouTube. I'm gonna play a little bit of SNL with Elon Musk. Can you just give me the okay to do so? I'll be like, that's all. I'm just doing a show. I'm talking about, you know, crypto and Doge. Help me out here. Throw me a bone. that would be epic. But then they'd probably say, no, thank you. No Kimasabi. So, Joey, if you're still there, I gotta ask you. If you're still there, what do you think about this Ohio saying they're gonna possibly legalize sports betting by end of June? They unveiled the bill It's out there. What do you think about it? What do you think it's going to do to HOFV? What do you think? I'm curious. Live chat. Boom, boom, boom. Supply chain is a factor in employment, says U.S. Commerce Secretary on MSNBC. So they're saying supply chain is having a factor in the employment. Gotta have that supply. Gotta move. Things gotta move. Man, after their earnings, look at OCGN. Whoa. Well, this thing ain't right. I'm gonna have to log back in or something. That doesn't even match up. There it is. It's updated now. That was weird. No wonder it wasn't working. Yeah, maybe his gainers tool had to be like reset or something. See, that doesn't even... Something's not right. There we go. It updated. It's right now. IHT. That's why I haven't really had anything. Look at IHT. 75%. And then we had RHE. Look at that. I don't know what happened, but my speaking of RHE, I type it in and boom, it comes up. But woof. There's your movers. There's your movers for the day. I think when the power went out, it like messed up my it like jacked up my movers gainers tool or something. Now it's working. I got it fixed now. But had it all jacked up. Yeah, it was crazy. I was just sitting here and all of a sudden the power went out, everything went dark. I was like, Joey earlier said, it's an EMP! I don't know what happened. All I know is just went out. I was like, gone. McEwen Mining, Q1 EPS. It misses. It was, you know, minus 3 cents. And it missed on the minus 2 estimate. So, currently sitting at, what is that? $1.30. It's up 4%, but it did miss. This question, I will not take this as financial advice, just as an opinion. Do you think AMC will push above $9.50 next week? I have option calls set to expire next Friday. I think, in my opinion, absolutely. I mean, you're at $9.43 right now. I mean, like I said, I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do, but I think, personally, I think yes. I don't see any reason why this thing doesn't go to like $11, in my opinion. I mean, if you go to the daily chart, you take a look at it, you see what looks to be kind of like a G-dub into another G-dub. You got like it looks like it might try to go up and test that 11 again, in my opinion. I mean, you kind of hit that bottom there and it starts to move this way. So as long as it continues that way, I think, yeah, absolutely. You have to let me know if those calls make you some money. You have to let me know. Whatever happened to my boy Sean? Sean used to roll up in here. Sean was my options man. Like, Sean, where you at? He is a guy named Sean. He's coming here. He always talking about options. Arnold said, "Let's hope so." Question or cross the figures. Yeah, I know, right? Speaking of AMC, it's starting to head up now. Look at it. All right, while we got a second here, I'm gonna go and let my dog out. I'll go let my dog out. I'll be right back. So I'm back. But anyway, I went out. I took care of my dog. But I walked out into my house and realized my lights are on. Like, why are my lights on? I was like, oh yeah, that's right. The power went out. So I have those. I control all my lights. I can control them by my phone and everything else. But anytime you turn them off and turn them back on, they reset. Because they have like the Wi-Fi bulbs in them and everything. The LEDs, they're pretty sweet. So anyway, my whole house is lit up. I was like, why is my house lit up? Like, oh, that's why. Power went out. It reset. Oh, the funny things that happen, right? Says Hawaiian Electric shares resumed trading. Shares were previously halted on code news pending. No news yet to report. What? Let's take a look at this. HE. HE? They had a big shot up today. Let's go to the 1 hour chart. Whoa. It just went down and back up really quick. That's craziness. Yeah, it just went down and shot back up. Oh, eyes in the news. Second Sight Med product will share spike higher. Oh, eyes. Uh-oh, eyes is moving. Woo! I was talking about it earlier. I said usually when ears move, eyes moves. When eyes move, it's a big move usually. Look at it, it's going. Oh, the health stocks. $738. Got that spot on there. Let's look at it on the hour chart. Oh, it's been down for a while and it's finally broke out. It literally broke out. I mentioned it this morning. I said when those medical ones go, eyes usually ends up moving. All of a sudden, boom! Eyes is moving. Look at it go. I even said, was it yesterday? Something like eyes at $5. What? I said that yesterday. SpaceX will launch astronauts with a reused rocket and spacecraft. Here's what you should know. I'm gonna click on it. All right. Let me read this. All right. SpaceX is set to make history as Elon Musk's space company prepares to launch the Crew 2 mission for NASA on Friday morning. It says, wait, that says April 22nd. What? Published April 20th. What? Is that just an old article that just all of a sudden got like regurgitated? That already happened. Oh, come on now. CNBC's playing regurgitating some news there. Regurgitated news. Every now and then they do that. They'll drop in an old something and it comes across. They got me on it though. I clicked on it. I was curious. I was like, what's that say? New SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, who we were just listening to from yesterday's GameStop hearing, confirms a lot of cryptocurrencies are indeed securities, paving the way for new legislation. They saying anything else outside of that? Okay, let's see what they're saying. All right, so this is big because it's talking about crypto, which I'm going to pull up some, you got the crypto right here. You can take a look at it. Doge is at 62 cents right now. Gary Gensler, the new chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, believes that more regulation is required in crypto markets. What happened? In an interview with CNBC on Friday, Gensler said that greater investor protection in the realm of cryptocurrencies was the need of the hour. To the extent that something is a security, the SEC has a lot of authority, and a lot of crypto tokens, I won't call them cryptocurrencies for this moment, are indeed securities, he said. Drawing attention to the enforcement actions brought by his predecessors, Gensler indicated that he was in favor of bringing these securities or investment contracts back into the rules. While his statements are good news for XRP issuer Ripple, which is currently fighting the SEC's allegations of XRP token offering being unregistered securities offering, some cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin are definitely in the clear. With respect to Bitcoin in particular, Gensler noted that the value of the leading digital asset accounted for more than half of the $2 trillion asset class that is cryptocurrencies. It's a digital scarce store of value, but highly volatile, and there's investors that want to trade that and trade that for its volatility, in some cases just because it's a lower correlation with other markets. I think that we need greater investor protection there. Gensler, who taught the course Blockchain and Money at MIT, has been viewed by many in the crypto community as someone who recognizes the potential of digital assets. It says here, despite his concern about the lack of regulation in crypto markets, he's also stated that Bitcoin is a speculative store of value, and the SEC should be technology neutral when evaluating innovations in markets. So, there you go. Crypto right now. Everybody's on the crypto chain. They're all on it. Crypto. Oof. The government's saying, hey, yo, we got to regulate this. We got to do something about it. Everybody's like, we got to do something about this. It's going crazy. See, that's the thing. Crypto caught the government's eye. It caught the government's eye. There for a while, it was like, crypto, whatever. You know, now it's like, no, wait, we got to do something about this. Woo! Regulation is coming. I'm curious. The NFL put out something on cannabis. Here we go. The NFL's cannabis policy. Uh-oh. Here we go. This article by Johnny Green was originally published on Cannabis and Tech Today and appears here with permission. So, okay, so there's that. It says, it is estimated that as many as 75% of the world's population has played in sports leagues at some point during their lifetime. Sports competitions, for better or worse, play a huge role in the everyday lives of the international community. It says, prior to the pandemic, sporting events were some of the largest gatherings in the world, and that's virtually guaranteed to be the case after the pandemic is over. With that in mind, it's a really big deal when major sports leagues update its cannabis policy, which was recently the case with the National Football League. It says, no more off-season cannabis testing. Historically, the NFL has done one of the harshest cannabis policies out of the major international sports leagues. For starters, there was no exception for players living in a legal jurisdiction. NFL teams are composed of players from all over the globe, including countries that have legalized cannabis for adult use, yet there's no exception made for them. The NFL has had no exception for medical use, as well as one of the most stringent THC testing thresholds out of any major sports league. Punishments were notoriously horrific in the NFL, with players receiving multiple game suspensions simply for having THC in their system. Fortunately, the NFL has pulled back on its policy a bit and will be refraining from off-season testing. From April 20th to August 9th of this year, players will not be subject to cannabis testing. It says every league needs to end prohibition. The policy shift in the NFL is welcome news. However, it does not go far enough. The NFL needs to end cannabis prohibition immediately and entirely, as does every other sports league around the world. The National Hockey League, which also is composed of players from around the globe, removed cannabis from its list of controlled substances years ago, and there has been no negative impact. Unfortunately, many sports leagues around the planet still prohibit cannabis, as does the Olympics, although it's worth noting that the THC threshold for the Olympics is considerably high. No pun intended. Hopefully the move by the NFL will lead to a complete end of prohibition, not only in that league, but every other major sports league around the world. So there you go. Obviously, cannabis is the thing right now. I mean, it's going up for legalization across the U.S. It's pretty well mostly legalized across the globe. People are starting to kind of see it as a norm. So I think that the NFL is finally like, oh, okay, we're paying this money for testing. We could save that money. We could save that money and just let it be. Let it be. Let it be. That's what they're saying. Let it be. Yo, so hey, how's Sundial doing now that this news is coming out? Is Sundial going on? Let's take a look. SNDL. Where are you at, Sundial? Are you getting big off of this news right now? Actually, Sundial's come down pretty harsh. Oof. Came down pretty hard right there. I mean, it was moving up good today, and it just kind of fell. On Sundial. All right, so we're under an hour and a half. So we got 29 minutes and 24 seconds left until Power Hour, and then we'll have the last hour of the day. We'll get you in to that after hours, and then I'm planning on tomorrow SNL. I'm planning on it. We'll do some type of SNL DOGE show tomorrow night. Six Flags reports its Hurricane Harbor Park to reopen to members, pass holders on May 15th and 16th. To general public on May 22nd. So, Six Flags opening up. And then Pfizer shipped 450 million COVID-19 vaccines to date. So, considering I actually got the Pfizer shot, I actually had the second one not yesterday, but the day before. So, yeah, Pfizer sees 40% of all supply deals for COVID-19 vaccines, 1 billion plus doses going to low middle income countries. So there you go. 40% of all supply deals. CIDM reports sales up 47% since deploying AMAGI, which is Amaji, I guess. So CIDM just got some news. Is it moving? Let's take a look. Yeah, there's a little spiky spike on that report. Look at that. Little spiky spike. Let's take a look. Let's read it. We're getting some cool news today. News is coming across right now. Getting all kinds of news. As CIDM starts to take off, I said CIDM, the leading independent streaming company, super serving enthusiast fan bases, announced today that they have partnered with Amaji, a global leader in SaaS for I guess you say Amaji or Amagi, however you want to say it. It looks like Amaji to me. I'm going to say Amaji. So, broadcast and streaming TV on CIDM. Let's see. What happened here? Oh, on the cloud. Here we go. It was just, they accidentally, a typo there. For deploying their server-side and insertion platform, it says Amaji Thunderstorm 2.0. This enhancement, which provides automated detection and OTT dynamic. Look at it go. It's popping good right now. OTT dynamic ad insertion capabilities for channel monetization has resulted in 47% increase in ad revenue since the new deployment. Boom! Since the launch of this new technology back in April, the company also saw a 21% impression increase and 100% increase to render rates, a calculation of the percentage of impressions served out to the total number of auctions won. CIDM expects to achieve 7 figures in new revenues from the deployment of Amaji Ads Plus, a virtual ad sales service, in its current fiscal year. Man, go baby, go! This is huge. As I read, this thing's exploding. Let's go. Come on. CIDM to the moon today. Let's see here. In addition, improved systematic analysis through Amaji Analytics has allowed for end-to-end analytics on viewership and ad monetization. Access metrics for any region, device, channel, content, asset, and time zone. It offers seamless access to live data on concurrent users on a CCU graph, as well as key performance indicators for ad operations, and can auto-generate key performance reports for viewership and advertisement operations. The full site of Amaji's ad technology stack and integration with a wide network of ad networks and demand partners will provide CIDM with comprehensive solution to grow its ad revenues. So boom, look at that. That's huge. So especially when it comes in the ad world, that's fantastic. As a long-standing strategic partner of Amaji, we continue to work closely with Amaji in utilizing their technology across our portfolio of ad-supported stream channels, said Tony Huidor or Hydur. I'm going to make sure I say that right. SVP, Products Technology General Manager of Digital Networks at CIDM. As the dominant technology platform in linear playback within the OTT space, Amaji has developed industry-leading technology, but also remains receptive to the business needs of partners like CIDM, who are looking to push the technology further in order to continue maximizing revenue, potentially in this rapid-growing segment of the entertainment business. Yeah. CIDM has always been at the forefront of the digital transformation, bringing together unique and compelling content for viewers on ad-supported platforms, be it creating linear channels using Amaji Cloudport or accelerating ad revenue through the Amaji Thunderstorm 2.0. CIDM has been a valuable and strategic partner for Amaji, said, so I'm not even going to say it, the SKA co-founder of Amaji. So there you go. We look forward to supporting their growth and expansion through our all-inclusive streaming TV solutions, channel creation, distribution, and ad monetization. Through the mix of premium SVOD services and dedicated AVOD and fast channels, CIDM continues to be the home for enthusiast content with a portfolio of fan-centric destinations, all focused around a core mission of entertaining the world. CIDM's streaming portfolio reaches indie film, let's see, indie film, horror, family entertainment, anime, as well as dedicated channels for iconic entertainers led by Bob Ross, an innovator in the digital transformation of entertainment industry for more than 2 decades. Cinedigm's goal is to build destinations that immerse viewers in content they love while staying at the forefront of technology as the streaming industry continues to evolve. So Cinedigm, boom! Look at that. Evolving and making some money off ads. Insane. All with the technology that they have available right there. Cinedigm. Go, baby, go. Of course, Cinedigm's up, is up 6% today already. Hey, it's $1.30. This is a big, look at this giant one, 95K with $1.31. I mean, it's pretty even right now in the level 2s. So you just need to buy through some of those walls. Yeah. I just posted out on Stocktwits. I said, show me the money. Yeah, all my Cinedigm peeps up. All my Cinedigm peeps up in here. Look at that 15. If you look at the chart, that 15 MA was heading downward. And then that article hit, and then it just launched over. Now that 15 just running back away. Which is what you want to see. As it continues to grow, you just want to see it grow. It's like, just go. Take it. Take and go. That's great news. 47%. 47% in ad sales. They're up 47. That's crazy. From where they were, they gained 47% by using that technology. They resumed the Hawaiian Electric we were talking about earlier. HE. They finally resumed it. They had this big, and then it just started. It's got this weird rainbow effect right now going on. Pfizer has concluded deals to supply 116 countries in advanced talks with many more for a total of about 2.7 billion vaccine doses in 2021. Man, Pfizer's tearing it up. Looking at CIDM, just look at all the orders here. It's pretty insane. Let's take a look at it. Let's look at CIDM on a daily chart. So you had that big massive G dub. It started like it was going. It hit the line. It came back down. It kind of pulled an AMC. It did. It kind of pulled an AMC. If you think about it, it kind of, you know, similar boom, and then come back down, and now it's trying to go up and test it again. So, I don't know, but I could see this thing. I really could see if this thing busts through, it could just, remember 217 was where that top part is. So you're kind of looking for it to get back to where it was at there. 217. I mean, I ideally could see this thing run up and then maybe go this way, but there's a chance. Just got to get there. All right, we're less than 15 minutes to power hour, by the way. We're getting so close to that final hour of the week. Final hour. It's the final countdown. Yeah, I know. That's what y'all thinking right now. Yeah. They have a on the Saturday Live on the website. It says Elon Musk promises to behave on SNL. Of course, he's going to be on there with Miley Cyrus too, so keep that in mind. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, Elon and Miley. Says Live Nation Entertainment shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q1 EPS results. So there you go. Live Nation. All right, it's currently up 6.19%, up it's $79. Juan says, I'm back in the chat for the power hour. Yes, coming up. We got 11 minutes. 11 minutes. What's up with HOFV? What's up with it? He says, what up with HOFV? You know me? Hold on, I'll find it for you right here. 343. You mean, what's down with HOFV? It's like, oh, it's down 0.5% right now. Chart doesn't look too hot. It's 15's leaving at 200 right now. The CIDM took a big shoot up on that news, and now it's rainbowing. One's like, ah. It's been one crazy day. It has, because everything was up, then all of a sudden the red started popping in. And we were doing good and everything, the red started showing up. I mean, it's still a lot more green than yesterday. I know that. A lot more green than yesterday. Update, U.S. Senate bill would create a White House chief of manufacturing. Okay. The U.S. Senate leaders have drafted a compromise, a $110 billion measure to bolster U.S. technology R&D efforts in an attempt to address Chinese competition. We're seeing all kinds of bills being thrown out there. We got the HOF. I like to say the HOFV bill, but you like the sports betting bill here in the OHIFO. So we got that, and then you got all the bills and stuff going on in Congress right now with all the craziness. But anyway, Juan says that's cool. I bought 1,200 at $345 and sold this morning at $356 to come back in. Nice. Nice. I'm thinking of buying back into HOV before close and then sitting till 17th of May on the NFT sale, but not sure yet if I want my money tied till then. Yes. So that's the thing. And I was kind of, I said the same thing about, I kind of was holding back on somebody, and I finally said, screw it, and went into WiseKey, but, that's because, and I wish I'd have waited. WiseKey's at 777 right now. Man, every time I buy into something, I miss it. It gets a little cheaper. I don't know, but hey, if they legalize it by June, HOFV could go to the moon. Just saying. Sports betting is a big part of it, but then you got the NFT side of things too. I'm really interested to watch I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I said on the 18th, I already got it scheduled. On the 18th at 9 a.m., I'm gonna come on and we're gonna do a show. It's a webinar that I signed up for through WiseKey. They're doing a NFT webinar. Let me pull it up. I can actually give you better details. Hold on. Let me go to WiseKey. All right, here it is. Here's the deets. When is the bill being voted on? I don't know. They don't have an actual date. It just said expected passage by the end of June. So here's the deets. It says WiseKey International Holdings, a leading global cybersecurity and IoT company, announced today that on May 18th, 2021, they will hold the leading trusted non-fungible token webinar in cooperation with Casper Labs, Ocean Protocol, and FOSSA Systems to discuss the technology behind the launch of the first ever non-fungible token from space. Excuse me. A pocket pod deployer developed by FOSSA Systems will launch in June of 2021 aboard a Falcon 9 rocket by SpaceX. So they're basically going to be talking a lot about that, about NFTs and about this specifically, this one that's being sent to space. So they're sending the first ever NFT to space. There's a little picture of it that I've seen that was posted out, it's tweeted out that you could see. That's pretty interesting. So, it's 3 p.m. Central European time, which is actually 9 a.m. our time on May 18th. Again, it's called the Leading Trusted Non-Fungible Token Event. It's going to have Carlos Moreira, the CEO and founder of WiseKey, Trent McConaughey, founder of Ocean Protocol. It's going to have Ashok Ranadev, Director of Professional Services, Casper Labs, Chris Booz, CTO of WiseKey, and the founder of Ergo. Let's see, Sebastian Fanti, or Fonte, however you want to say it, CEO, founder of Lexing, and Julian Fernandez, CEO and founder of FOSSA Systems. It says during the webinar, WiseKey will introduce the TrustNFT.io platform, a suite of cutting-edge technologies which, in association with Open Protocol and Casper Labs, will combine the Wise ID with NFT transactions to ensure users' privacy, security, and safety, whilst providing access to NFT trading. WiseKey has joined forces with Casper Labs, the developer of Casper. This is the developer of Casper, the most reliable and secure blockchain for businesses, to bring trust to the hype around the NFT with the launch of the trusted NFT.io. This strategic partnership will provide a dedicated, secure marketplace on the Casper network for buying and selling NFTs, including artwork and luxury goods. The first major auction will occur in the summer of 2021, with more information to come soon. So look, they even give you a little tease right there. Little tease. Got a little tease. Of course, there's a long article and a lot about it that I could just read for hours. But anyway, it's but regardless, that's the event. And yes, so May 18th, which is, isn't it Tuesday, I believe? Is it? I think it's a Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday the 18th. So not this coming Tuesday, the following Tuesday. So, you know, we got a little whiles. But anyway, I signed up. I'm already accepted and ready to rock for that. So that's going to be fun. I'm interested. Of course, there was some news on WiseKey today. It's on their site. It says WiseKey to receive a $10 million high growth capital investment from Alpha Blue Ocean to finance its TrustNFT.io NFT platform to be launched in June. So they're going to launch this platform in June. All right. This platform is coming out, which is their TrustNFT.io. That platform is going to be launched in June. And probably in some sort of correlation with the launch that's going up to space. And I would say that 18th, the May 18th, they're going to talk a lot about that. And so just saying, there's some stuff in the pipeline, all right, on WiseKey. Whew. Stuff in the pipeline. don't understand how the stock is $7.82. This makes no sense. No sense. So it's gonna. I'm telling you, it's gonna explode. It's gonna be one of those stocks, and all of a sudden, it's just gonna explode. People are like, "Where did this come from?" And we're gonna be happy campers because we were ahead of the game. That's what's gonna happen. That's it. We're gonna be on the Wise Key. We're gonna be on the HOFV, CIDM. We'll be on that train. We'll be riding that train, Juan. And then next thing you know, we're gonna be wealthy, happy, excited, pumped up, jazzed, all the above. Oh, no, that don't make any sense. It's got a frost advisory on my phone. How in the world we got a frost advisory? Come on. It's May. Should be no frost out there. My phone just went off and said frost advisory. I'm like, what? What you talking about? Get that out of here. One says, I'm hoping to catch HOFV, but want to go all in on it. And that's a scary thought. I know, right? He's like, I want to go all in. It's like, I want to all just take my cheese. Take the cheese. Take the cheese. Take the cheese. Just watch out for that mousetrap. That's all. Take the cheese. $63 on Doge. 63. Doge starting to move up. Juan, you're gonna have like 10,000 shares of HOFV before it's all done. You're gonna have like 10,000 shares. He's like, I got 10,000 shares of HOFV. I'm ready to go. And all of a sudden, it's just gonna explode. It's gonna explode. Juan's gonna be like, I'm one wealthy man. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, ears must be getting ready to move again. HOFV to 329 will give me 6,000 shares. Just did the match before you said 10K shares. You did the math, you mean. Just did the math. Just did the math. Typo on it there. It's a match. But anyway, said just did the math before you said 10,000 shares. 6,000 shares. Man, Juan. That's insane. Oh, you're gonna make some big money. It's gonna happen. I'm just waiting for the day. I'm waiting for the day that that it explodes and you roll in here and you just start writing HOFV to the moon. I'm just waiting for that to happen. It's gonna happen. I have that feeling. By the way, I didn't even do the countdown. We had Power Hour. I just looked at it. I was like, oh, it's past 3. Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Last hour of the week. Oh, Arnold. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Arnold, hit me up on Cash App. Thank you so much. Oh, what? Arnold, you're the man. Oh, you're so nice. Thank you so much. I will totally do that. Totally. I got you. Oh man, y'all gonna, I'll tell you what, y'all gonna make me go cry up in here. I got like tears in my eyes right now. Thank you. Hit me on my Cash App. Thank you, Arnold. Oh, man. Yeah, you guys, people are just, you guys are so generous. You guys are generous. It's the mid-afternoon market update. I gotta do that real quick. Toward the end of the trading day Friday, the Dow traded up 0.62% to 34,761, while the Nasdaq rose 0.95% to 13,762. The S&P also rose, gaining 0.74% to 4,232. Leading and lagging sectors, energy shares rose 1.5% on Friday. Meanwhile, top gainers in the sector included Forum Energy Technologies (FET) up 15%, and EQT Corporation up 11%. And trading on Friday, consumer staple shares fell 0.1%. Says top headline: the Bureau of Labor Statistics released employment data for the month of April. The non-farm payroll number came in at 266,000, well worse than the consensus economist expectations of 1 million. The unemployment rate increased by 0.1% to 6.1%. The April's job growth represents a sharp drop from the 770,000 jobs the economy gained in March. As for equities trading up, we had Core Molding Technologies, which is CMT. We had Epizyme, which is EPZM, and Prodex, PDEX. Those are all up. And then equities trading down, we had ChemoCentryx, which is CCXI. And then we had F-Star Therapeutics, SSTX, and then Orphazyme, which is ORPH. Those were all trading down. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, that's your mid-afternoon market update right here on Pop the Chart. But again, thank you. I had to say thank you. Appreciate it. Y'all mean so much to me. Let's see here. Arnold said, "You're welcome. Just came across your channel yesterday. Wish you all the best of success, brother." Oh, thank you, Arnold. That's you know, that's craziness. I think I appreciate it. Yeah, it's oh man, that's crazy. Like it's been, you can, like I said, you can ask one. It's been a rough few weeks for me. Like it really has been, and I don't know. I was talking to my wife last night. All right, this is a little thing. My wife showed me this this video. I don't know if y'all ever seen it. But it's Matthew McConaughey. It's a video on YouTube. My wife's doing this leadership thing, and I guess they were talking about this video, and she goes, "I really felt like you needed this," and kind of brought it up to me, showed me this video. And if you ever get a chance to watch it, it's really good. It's an awesome video. Matthew McConaughey shot it. It's trying to think of the name, the actual the title, so I can give it to you. I can look it up right now. It's something about being happy. Matthew. Oh, I'll find it. Yeah, okay, so it's Matthew McConaughey. This is why you're not happy. It's one of the most eye-opening speeches. So if you get a chance, and you got like what is it? It's got 14 million views. It's 9 minutes and 29 seconds. So if you got 9 minutes of your day, you want to watch it. It's really kind of motivational. It's like a really huge motivational thing. Video. It's pretty cool, but yeah. So I was, the last few weeks have been rough. I mean, I went on vacation. And then I was doing so well. The show was doing great. Everything was like, everything's climbing up. And everything was looking up. And I was excited to go on vacation, spend time with my family, go to the beach with my daughter, who's 1.5 years old. And I was like, we were so excited about that. Went to a wedding while we were down there because my cousin was getting married. So I visited I got 2 aunts that lived in Florida. So I visited them while I'm there. I'm visiting them and so forth, so on. And then I literally fly back, and the very next day I found out my aunt passed away from Florida, where I just was. And so needless to say, to turn around and with family, I took my family, I drove down, we went down, and we were there for a couple days, and I don't know, it was a rough one. So it was one of those things. It's kind of a super, it's a hard time. I was, despite them being in Florida, me and my aunt was really close, super, super close. We talked almost every week, and so that kind of thing. And so anyway, regardless, it was difficult. So I come back, and I was trying to get back in the swing of things. I ended up getting sick. I got a cold. I wasn't feeling good. So it was just, I don't know. It was one of those things. So then I had a couple days where I was down. And then yesterday happened, and it was like everything was looking up. And so that's what, and then I kind of mentioned that to my wife, and she showed me that video. And so it just gives you that whole, just when you think things are getting really rough, all of a sudden you realize how people can just pick you up. And so that Arnold, like that right there, that thing, that generosity, like that's the kind of things that needs to be shared with the world. And I appreciate it. I really do, because it means a lot. So it's much needed. You don't even know how, you don't even know the impact you just made. That's all I have to say. One says check out FCX. Heard about it. It's been a steady climb for them for years now. Okay, FCX. Let's pull it up. FCX. Freeport, man. Boom! Look at that. That looks nice. That G-dub. Bam, bam. See ya. It's a steady climb. So like if we look at it over time, look at that. Hey, that's sexy. I like that. FCX. One year. Look at this. This is a year chart. This is over years. So it had a big run up, then it kind of came back down, and it G-dubbed on the yearly chart. Look at that, it G-dubbed on the yearly chart. Boom, boom, and then now it's just going up. Of course, 50. What's it? That's crazy. And no, it's about. Look at that. That 15 is about to cross the 200. There's that. Good find, Juan. Good find. Thanks for the likes, by the way. Thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you that's been a part of the show. Y'all mean so much to me. You don't even know. But we're in Power Hour. I mean, like I said, yesterday was huge. We had so many people came in yesterday on my on that earnings call, and everybody was just so pumped and jazzed. And then you had the motivational speech that came from Adam Aaron. Honestly, like I felt like I needed that too. Like through everything that I was going through, like that really just like. I don't know, that motivational speech just pumped me up. I was just so jazzed, and the fact that everybody, I had like 90 people hanging out on the call afterwards, just like hanging out. I was just like, wow. Like, it's like I've noticed in previous calls, people just like, all right, have a nice night, see you later, bye bye. It's like, all right, cool, whatever, no big deal. But it was just like super cool to see how much this video. When he's like, you did it, lights. You did it, lights. Not a dead cat. Oh, I love it. But yeah, finding happiness. That's key. By the way, if you do watch that Matthew McConaughey video, I will say one thing that I took from it was that he talks about himself, and he talks about how he was really trying, to make himself famous, really trying to work hard to be somewhat of something in the industry he was in, and in the entertainment business and whatnot. But it was when he was just enjoying. He said when he was just enjoying the industry and having fun and enjoying it is when he had his most success. And I feel like I took that from the video, and I said, I take that's definitely because I enjoy what I'm doing. I love coming on here and talking. This is great. Like, I love this. I'm excited to get up and say, cool, got a show. Let's go. Let's do this. This is fun. And that's my that's where I find happiness. And I enjoy you all. I mean, think about it. I mean, I got you all by name now, right? It's like I remember y'all. Like, I'm never gonna forget Juan. I'm never gonna forget the day that we had the big Juan thing. Like, that was hilarious. Like, that's in the bank forever. That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube forever. Locked and loaded, baby. But anyway, Juan says, I'm going to throw $10 in FCX the next Friday before close. I'll pull out, and whatever is there, send it your way. That will add something small but fun to keep us watching FCX. There you go. You don't have to do that, Juan. Y'all don't have to do that. Oh, y'all don't have to do that. But that's fine. I'll still watch it, FCX, regardless. You got me all jazzed on it now with this GW on the yearly chart. Come on, that's stock GW on the years. You go back and look, you're like, man, that GW on the year charts. George W. NFL first crypto partnership. New York Giants and Grayscale Investments. Oh, yo, got some news up in here. Some NFT news, some crypto news. Let's go. NFL. The New York Giants joined forces with the largest digital asset manager in the space, Grayscale Investments, marking NFL's first ever cryptocurrency partnership. Crypto! Yo, the Giants announced the exclusive partnership on Wednesday, calling Grayscale the team's official digital currency asset management partner. Our partnership with the Giants is incredibly meaningful because our roots are in New York, said Grayscale CEO Michael Sonishine, or however you want to say his name. In light of partnership, Grayscale will also be the Giants' home game sponsor, supporting sponsor of the Giants training camp and host educational seminars on cryptocurrencies for Giants personnel. We determined that we not only wanted a partner that understood the value of aligning with the Giants brand, but also could guide us in navigating the cryptocurrency ecosystem, said New York Giants Chief Commercial Officer Pete Gilly or whatever. The Grayscale has over $46.65 billion in assets under management and manages the largest Bitcoin fund in the market, the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. On the OTC, it's GBTC, by the way. Why it matters: with the overall market cap of $2 trillion, cryptocurrencies have garnered a new wave of interest from a number of industries, ranging from banks to sports organizations. Earlier this year, Hong Kong-based crypto exchange FTX won the naming rights. Whoa! It's the FC. Oh, I was going to say, did we just see FTX? Did you just see that? Like, as FTX, not FCX. Won the naming rights to Miami Heat's home arena. The $135 million deal will see the iconic AA Arena renamed to become the FTX Arena. It says the National Hockey League also partnered with another Hong Kong-based crypto exchange, Crypto.com. In March, the deal involved Crypto.com's branding displayed at center ice at the team's home rink. So look at that. The professional sports said, yo, let's get into some crypto. Check that out. That's epic. We're just talking about that. Just bought it. Let's see what average cost. $43.97. $43.97. $43.97. Let's go, FCX. Get it. Juan, you are one hell of a guy. That's what I gotta say about. Yo, man, it's going down. Oh, it's going down. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. You should have let it. You should have waited till it G-dubbed again, back down to 43. 43.63. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's all good. He said, "Wish I saw it this morning. We'd already be up." Y'all are awesome. All right, we are right at just about 40 minutes. 40 minutes until the end of the market today. Doge is up now, 65. Look at it go. Get it, Doge. Excuse me. Yeah, Dogecoin. 65 cents. Taking a little run there. I need to see over here. Let's look at Doge real quick. Let's just take a look at the chart. As I charted it, by the way. Look at that big G-dub. Hit off. It broke through. Next stop, 69. Of course, it, let's see here. Excuse me. Actually, 65.78 seems to have been the stopping point. If you look across here, because you got the bottom right there, right there, right there. You got the top there. It's kind of fighting right there. So if it could just break that 65 something there, you get up to 66. It might break through the next stop, 69. So let's see. We'll see what it does. But you see, it had this this breakthrough here, and it fell. It bottomed out, came back up. This would have been the time to buy it. Right there, 50 cents. Yeah, at least in this 1 hour chart that you're looking at right now. But check it out. Look at this. Ba-doom. Ba-doom. George W. Let's see here. Hopefully it goes up by Friday. Then you can use it to average down. Sorry. Down. Sorry, HOFV by like 1 cent. He said 0.0001 cents. Oh, that's a major average down, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Whoop, whoop. Heck, the way we're going, we might have to average up. What are you talking about? We might have to average up. Oh, one. You're funny. He said average down by 0.0001 cents. Oh. A fraction. He said a fraction of a penny. You can average down by a fraction. Now, one, you know we gotta have it even, right? You gotta make sure you get it at whatever price makes it even, right? Oh. Arnold up earlier in the live chat threw up the cheers with the beers. Yeah. Yeah, we had some beers right now. I'd be cheersing them. Yeah. Honestly, I do have them in the other room. But I'm living off some Dayquil right now. It's probably not a good idea. That's right. I was like, just trying to get over this, whatever this funk is, man. It's like, oh, it's like, get it gone. I know I got it from my grandmother, because my grandmother had it. I was driving back and she was hacking the whole way, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, I was sitting next to her for 12 hours. I'm like, no offense, Grandma. I love you, Grandma, but whatever you got over there, you need to keep it. Yeah, needless to say, she goes, no, honey, I'm sharing that with you. It's coming your way. And then, yeah, and I was sick. Oh man, I was real sick on Monday. I didn't feel good at all. Monday was blah. I was wore out, exhausted, tired, sick. Tuesday, not so. I was kind of out of it too. So I was just like, nope, I'm done. I'm just sleeping. Let's sleeping this away. Yeah, I'm still trying to get over it. Even hey, I felt better yesterday. I think the COVID vaccine helped a little bit. Because once I got that vaccine, I felt a lot better. So I don't know. I don't think I had the vid, if that's what y'all saying. It wasn't the vid, because my grandma was tested and it was negative. So I think I just got like a bronchitis or something. I think that's what because I've had that before. But anyway, GameStop, what are you doing? It's going down. Let's see here. One said, if FCX is down next Friday, we can delay the date to pull out by the end of May. So you're saying you're the pullout game there on FCX is weak, huh? Oh, it's weak, huh? Oh, come on, Juan. Oh. Oh man. We need to have a joke Friday. Like, was it a Friday that day that we were joking the last time? Was it a Friday? Because I feel like it was a Friday when we were doing the one jokes those days. I think it was a Friday. I think it was like the last day of that week. Pretty sure it's Friday, if I remember correctly. So I feel like that's what we're about to have right now, because we've got little over 34 minutes left in this Friday, and I feel like the jokes are about to come out. Right? It's the Friday funny, right? It's the fun that you have on Friday. Excuse me. I said either Thursday or Friday. Oh yeah, that's what you're saying. One of the two. It might have been felt like a Friday, and we might have been off on Friday. It might have been right before that Good Friday, and then that we had right before Easter. But somewhere in there, can't remember. I do remember being violated by HOFV. Violated. He says I was violated. Oh, violated. That's funny. We just have too much fun on this show. That's why I try to keep it fun. That's the whole point. Is I keep it fun. Fun, baby. That's the whole point. Let's see. I'm trying to see if something interesting was on here. Uh-oh. Oh, they got a Tesla crash. What? Tesla crash in Guangdong sparks new round of safety concerns. Oh no. Not another Tesla crash. Tesla stock was just starting to go up. What are you doing? We're starting to go back to normal. Uh-oh. They got, looks like they got a picture of it. Tesla crash in Guangdong sparks round of safety concerns. They have let's see. A Tesla rear-ended a truck in Shougang, South China's Guangdong province on Friday, killing the driver of the electric car, media reports said. Cause of the accident is still under investigation. The Shougang Public Security Bureau said in a statement on Friday, without mentioning Tesla, says the Shougang Public Security Bureau could not be reached for comment as of press time. Tesla's officials told China News Service on Friday that they are also waiting for the results of the investigation and do not know the specific situation, media reports said. It just came weeks after a woman surnamed Zhang from central China's Henan province climbed onto a Tesla car at Shanghai Auto Show 2021 to protest at a brake malfunction in her Tesla. The incident went viral on China's web platforms. Experts said the company's destiny hinges on whether a safety investigation involving the case in Hunan points to brake malfunction and Tesla's sincerity in handling the case. Whether the latest accident in Shogun has anything to do with a brake malfunction is still unclear, but the case has drawn hundreds of posts and comments with many netizens expressing concern over safety problems with the U.S. electric vehicle. The frequent accidents indicate that brake failure is not an isolated problem for Tesla vehicles, the Economic Daily reported on April 23rd. On April 21st, the driver of the Tesla Model 3 in Xinjiang district of Guangzhou, Guangdong province, was suspected to have lost control of the vehicle, which then spontaneously ignited. Brake failure on Tesla cars is not uncommon. According to media reports, there have been more than 10 accidents involving Tesla electric cars that went out of control in China since 2020. Some industry analysts have suggested that Tesla should be ordered to suspend production and sales until the cause of the accidents is known, but Tesla has not announced plans to stop production and sales so far. China is not the only country to see accidents involving Tesla cars. In April, a Tesla Model S smashed into a tree in Texas and burst into flames, killing 2 occupants. Reuters reported federal highway safety regulations are investigating 24 accidents involving Tesla vehicles operating on autopilot. Another Reuters report said Tesla did not respond to Global Times' request for comment on the latest crash as a press time. So here's the thing, right? You're getting all these, right? This man, okay, 24, right? I get it. People lost their lives. Yeah, that's no good. That's never good whatsoever. But this 24 accidents. How many? I'm just curious. How many Teslas are out there? I'm gonna Google it. How many Teslas have been sold? There we go. Let's go with that. Okay, as of Google, because of Google, it popped up right here. Globally, Tesla's vehicle deliveries reached almost 500,000 units in 2020. Concurrently, Tesla's Model 3 has become the world's best-selling plug-in electric vehicle model. That was as of March 30th, 2021. So 500,000 units in 2020. All right. 24 crashed, according to that they're investigating. 24 out of 500,000. I'm sure it's a whole lot more than 24, but that's the 24 that they're investigating, right? Is that what they said? 24 have been investigated due to autopilot, right? Of autopilot issues. That's really the thing that they care about. They want to know if the autopilot and it when you're creating a vehicle that's going to drive itself, you want to make sure that the autopilot is working correctly, right? And you're going to have incidents with it, right? It's going to happen. Nothing's going to be perfect. The difference is it better than the regular person driving it is the question, right? And if you go to the Tesla earnings that I had on here, if you listen to that and you go back and you listen to Elon, there was a question asked. I mean, people asked that. It was they basically stomped that right off the bat. Elon was very upset because they said that they were trying. There was an article that was written, I guess, and someone put out something that basically was really pushing hard against Tesla on that crash, I believe, in Texas. And so about the person who passed there or whatever. So they were trying to say, oh, Tesla's vehicle jacked up and everything. It turns out, I guess there was a safety feature that has to be enabled when you actually put the seatbelt and you plug the seatbelt in. Turns out that person wasn't wearing a seatbelt, so they didn't engage that safety because they weren't wearing a seatbelt. That's the thing. Basically, as soon as you unplug the seatbelt, you're basically taking Tesla away from responsibility, right? So that's kind of their thing, right? It's like it's like a disclaimer. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do with your money, right? I have to say that. It's a disclaimer automatically to make sure that I take legalities off of me if I say something and all of a sudden somebody goes invests and loses a bunch of money, right? I didn't tell you what to do, right? You got to make a decision on yourself. So that's kind of what Tesla does when you plug in your seatbelt, right? It's that I signed the contract. When I unplug that seatbelt, I'm taking control out of Tesla's hands and I put it in mine. Why? Because I'm not being safe. Right, so that was their thing, is the safety protocol that was supposed to be in place, I guess, when that happened, supposedly only happens if the seatbelt is plugged in. Well, unfortunately, the person who was driving the vehicle did not wear their seatbelt, which, yo, wear your seatbelt. You get in the car, you drive, put your seatbelt on. It takes 2 seconds. I'm telling you, if you put a child in the car, I'm pretty sure you're going to fasten the child's seatbelt. What's the difference with you and me? I mean, that's me. I'm a soapbox. I always wear my seatbelt. I'm all about seatbelts. But anyway, but I'm just curious, in the grand scheme of things, like, is the numbers showing that Teslas are more safer? Right? That's really what I want to know. I mean, and let's see here. One said, how many crashed in a Toyota or a Honda? Okay, let's ask. How many Toyota crashes last year? How about that? How many Toyota crashes last year? I typed it in and it says driver death rates. I don't want to know driver death rates. I don't want to see that. Don't tell me the death rate. I don't know what that is. I don't even want to take it. I don't even want to calculate that in my mind. Give me a... Let's just say car crashes by maker last year. That's a good one. Man, why does it go instantly to death? Like, can it just go to crash? Can you just give me car crashes? I don't. It keeps going to death. I don't want to read about people dying. All right. Oh no, go to something else. How many car crashes? Here we go. How many car crashes were in 2019? There, we'll use 2019. In 2019, estimated 38,800 people. Oh my God, it goes right to the death rate every time. Lost their lives in car crashes. A 2% decline from 2018, 4% decline from 2017. About 4.4 million people were injured seriously enough to require medical attention in crashes last year. See, it has to go straight to the... I don't care about that. I want to know how many... Oh! Oh, my Lord. The ultimate list of car accident statistics. Oh, great. Here we go. I feel like I'm doing a project right now. I'm trying, like, I just asked Google, just tell me, how many times has Toyota wrecked last year? Can you just tell me that? Toyota's probably paid Google to not put that out there, if you think about it. They have Google, like, on the back end is getting a little, slide. Hey, do not put this up there. Make sure you put something completely different. Here's just a little, no offense to Toyota. Hey, no offense, Toyota. Hey, I'm not saying you're doing this, but, it's like, just don't put those statistics out there. That's what somebody on the back end is getting some pay, man. Honda, somebody, all of them. They're all like, all of the automakers together are like, just take care of that. Make sure that search doesn't come up. That's probably what's happening right now. This right here says over 50% of the 5 million yearly crashes in the United States are caused by aggressive drivers, with speeding being the most prevalent contributor to the statistic. So that's so they're saying, 5 million yearly. So they're saying 5 million crashes yearly, accidents. All right, and how many have Tesla amounted to that? Granted, Tesla's still kind of new. Excuse me, not everybody owns a Tesla. But I'm just wondering how they compare to the rate. Because I would be willing to bet that they're better than the regular rate. Says Norwegian Cruise Line threatens to skip Florida's ports over ban on COVID vaccination requirements. Woo! Get him, Norwegian! All right, so look, I'm trying not to be political here by any means, all right? But I have to say this because I know a lot about cruising. I used to be able to sell some travel, so I've done a lot about cruising, all right? So I bet this is about DeSantis. All right, what you want to bet? This is about Florida's governor DeSantis. So I was just in Florida. I spent practically 2 weeks in Florida. All right, so I have family there, and actually we talked about it. Yeah, first thing pops up, Governor DeSantis. All right, so I actually talked about this with my family because they're from Florida, so it's their state and everything else, and they're kind of like on the side of it of they are on the kind of governor side of things, and I'm thinking. So I asked him, I said, look, regardless of where you're at politically, I said, I want you to do just a little bit of math. And afterwards, I'm pretty sure my family was a little more on board with what I was going to say. They were like, you know what, you're kind of right if you think about it. I said, your governor is making a bad mistake. Let me tell you why. I said, I get what he's trying to do. So their governor is basically their governor is wanting to open up the cruise ports in Miami, right? Miami's one of the biggest cruise ports out there for cruising, right? They have, it's probably the biggest cruise port in the United States, I would say. If I was going to pick one, it'd be Miami. They have just tons of cruise lines go out of there. So the travel industry is big, right? What does Florida make money on? Tourism, right? You got Disney, you got Universal, you got, Busch Gardens, you got all these places, right? In tourism in Florida, you got people travel there. Excuse me, cruising being part of that, right? And so here's the thing. So the CDC wanted to let people cruise, and so they said, hey, let's let people cruise. But the problem is, cruising is kind of, if you think about it, if you look back at what started this whole COVID thing, some of that kind of got started from the cruise lines. They came here, they had people on the ship that had it, and they kind of spread it all around, and then they had to quarantine the ships, and, all that happened. If you go back and you look last year. So they're a little nervous about, letting people cruise again and putting them into a small facility, right? Because, you can't, you're on a ship, you can only go so many places, right? You only have so much space. So they're trying to figure out, how do we do this? So they're thinking, hey, why don't we just make sure that people are vaccinated? Genius! If you're vaccinated, you should be all right to be around other vaccinated people. Why not? Well, here's the deal. DeSantis doesn't want that. The governor, he wants to just be opened up and doesn't, whatever. So, and I'm thinking, it doesn't make sense. Why do you care? Why don't you just go with the vaccinations? And let me tell you why. There is 370 some odd million people in the United States. Okay? By the first 100 days of Joe Biden's presidency, they said they wanted to have 200 million people vaccinated. Okay. Simple math. That's roughly 2/3. 2/3 of the United States to be vaccinated in the first 100 days. All right? I believe we're getting close to that number now. How many of those 2/3, how many of those cruise, and how many of them are cruising out of your port? How many are cruising out of the Miami port or out of the Florida ports or out of the, there's an Orlando one, there's a Tampa one. How many of those are cruising out of your port? You can't tell me everybody cruises because not everybody cruises. So I'm saying if you do the math, if you just leave it at the people that are vaccinated, you're going to have just as many people cruising as you had cruising before. Because I'm telling you now, 2/3 of America are not cruising. I'd say the percentage of people cruising are a lot less. I bet if I looked it up right out of the statistics, I was just talking about statistics. Here we go. I'm getting into it on my soapbox right now. Percent of Americans that cruise. It says 58% would take a cruise, but it doesn't say how many have. I'm trying to find the... Oh, here we go. Statistics shows the number of passengers U.S. cruises from 2011 to 2017. In 2017, there were approximately 11.9 million passengers. All right, hold on a minute. 11.9... in 2017 population. Three 325 million people in the U.S. 2017, only 11 million of them cruised. All right. How many cruise ports are there around the United States? Well, you got them all over. You got New York, you got Boston, you got Charleston, you got Tampa, you got Orlando, you got Miami, you got Mobile, Alabama, you got New Orleans, you got Galveston, Texas, you got let's see here, Seattle, Washington, you got Hawaii, you got LA. There's a cruise port in LA. Okay, yo, DeSantos. If they're not going to cruise with you, they're going to cruise out of a different state, buddy. You're losing money. You're losing money. That's what I'm getting at. At the end of the day, a whole roundabout thing was about how in the world are you complaining? You're just going to make people mad. And I said this last week. I literally, I'm going to have to make a phone call and send my family this article because it's funny. It says Norwegian Cruise Line threatens to skip Florida's ports over ban on COVID vaccination requirements. That's funny. DeSantos is making them mad, and they're saying, you know what, we'll just go to the other ports. We don't have to go to Florida. We'll just cruise out of somewhere else. Guess what? Those people now are not going to travel with you. They're going to go out of a different port. All we have to do is say, hey, we'll give you guys a free credit if you go out of this other port. You know what I'm going to say as a traveler? I don't care. If I go out of Florida, California, wherever, I'm going to get my airplane ticket and fly there, or I'm going to drive there. It's like, I don't care what port I go out of. At the end of the day, I just want to travel. Oh, some people just don't get it. They don't get it. You can do the simple math. 11 million out of 325. What is the percentage on that? %. That's 3%. 3% overall cruised out the entire U.S. I would say less than a third of that. So I'd say less than 1% of that is probably going out of Miami. I would even throw 2/3 just because Miami's the biggest cruise port. But yes, that's it. Oh, people kill me sometimes with the way they just the political mistakes that they make. They don't think about the consequences, and then all of a sudden, because if Norwegian does it, you're gonna see other people. And Norwegian, by the way, if you didn't know, for you AMC people out there, if I'm not mistaken, old Adam Aaron was the CEO of Norwegian back in the day. If I'm not mistaken, he helped save that company. That company was about to go under. If you go back and you listen to the interview with Trey from Trace Trades, I'm almost positive that Adam Aaron was the CEO of Norwegian. Yes. Yes, he was a director at Norwegian Cruise Line. Yes, Adam Aaron was the head of Norwegian. How funny is that? Woo! Full circle. See what I did there? Oh, I just gave you guys all kinds of deets. That's epic. All kinds of deets. I know if Carlos was in here right now, Carlos would be like, I know all about Florida, because Carlos lives in Florida. But sorry, that's all my interesting facts. I just think that's funny. I'm gonna have to call my father and say, hey, guess what? You remember what we talked about last week? Oh, it's happening. So let's see here. One says you're up 0.0065 cents on FCX. Woo! Get it. It's at 44.01. Go, baby, go. We're just a little over 10 minutes away. Oh, I can't. That's just funny. That just blows my. That's so funny. It's happening. See, I try not to be political. I just try to use common sense. And there's sometimes common sense, people just don't, like, they just make they do these things and they, whatever. I mean, I don't know if you're a DeSantis fan or not, regardless if you are or not. I mean, I'm just telling you, sometimes you do things and then they have repercussions. You got to think about what you're doing. All he had to do is some simple math, and he wouldn't have even had a problem. Simple math. Plus, I would rather cruise knowing people are vaccinated than not. It would just make me feel a little more comfortable. AMC's heading upward. Oh, 950. 950. We're seeing some movement all of a sudden. Everybody's like, let's get it in just before close. Come on. $44.05 on FCX. $44.06. Gregory says, hey, what's up? How you doing? Oh man, it's down to the final 8 minutes of the trading market today for the regular trading hours. So that's what's up. Just hanging out, getting you all the way through the day. Gregory says, I'm good. I'm giggity good. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get it. Yeah, we're just I was just talking a minute ago about about cruising. That was just something funny. An article that came across that yeah, it's just one of those moments. You ever had one of those moments where you say I told you so? Like that's it. That was my that's what I just had. I just had one of those moments. Last week I was talking to somebody about something. I says, this is what's gonna happen. And then here it is. That just came across the news that that's happening. And I said, I told you so. Just saying. Don't say I didn't warn you. But that's just funny. But anyway, AMC. It's 9:48 right now. As we get close, we're under 7 minutes. And we got Gravy up in here. Juan's up in here. Hey, by the way, earlier we had Arnold. Arnold's up in here. Yeah. Arnold, get it. Let's see. We had Joey in here today. And then, of course, I can't see all the way back today because earlier today, I was in the middle of doing the show, and then all of a sudden, boom! Lights go out. Power went out. The power went out. I didn't know what to do. Arnold says, "Yeah, cheers! Yeah, I gave you a shout out. You got the diamond hands and the beers. Cheers! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about." Yeah, it's power went out on me. I didn't know what happened. I just sit here and everything went dark. It was like EMP. Joey's like EMP. I said that's probably what happened. It took me a good 5 minutes to get back up and running here, but yeah, everything just went dark. I looked outside. It wasn't raining or anything, so somebody must have hit a pole or something. That or you know, like I said, it could have been one of those squirrels. Like that you just kind of like the water boy, you know, hits the oh, you know what I'm talking about, the oh snap. But they're like, is that what are you having for dinner? Squirrel. Oh, it's the mosquito. Oh, hit this. Yeah. Buzzed it. Yeah, that's why I felt like something happened. It just, everything went black. Everything went dark. Except for my laptop. My laptop stayed on. That's because it's got battery. But Gregory said that's funny. So what do you have for dinner? Squirrel. Oh, that's funny. Bug zapper is, yeah, the bug zapper. Oh, under 5 minutes. 5 minutes up in here. So here's how I usually do this. I get you to the end of the day, and then I leave the charts up and rocking and rolling all the way through the after hours. I keep that going. I do plan on doing a show tomorrow. I do plan on it on tomorrow evening. Doing a DOGE Saturday Night Live special. I want to do that tomorrow evening. I think that'd be fun. So with the Elon Musk being on Saturday Night Live, I'm kind of the biggest thing is I'm like, how do I do this show? Because I want to show you what's on Saturday Night Live, but I don't want to get copyright infringement or get kicked or booted by YouTube for copyright, because they'll do that. They'll say, hey, see you later, peace. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to lose all that. So I got to figure out a kind of a way to do that. But it's hard because, yeah, Saturday Night Live, you kind of just need to see it, right? It's one of those things. It's like, you got to watch it. One says, should I pull out Ethereum to get into HOFV? Kind of low. Oh, come on now. You're questioning your Ethereum for HOFV now. Juan, you're she's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know. You're thinking about it. I don't know. Hey, Elon, tomorrow is going to be, yeah, you know, crypto is probably going to explode tomorrow, in my opinion. It'll probably watch it tomorrow night, because if Elon and them start talking about crypto on Saturday Night Live, like, people are going to eat that up. I'm going to eat it up. So, I don't know. I think there might be some hype tomorrow. I'm just wondering, do you believe the hype? That's the question. Do you believe the hype? 3 minutes. Oh. Do you believe the hype? So if you look at it today hasn't really been a terrible day. I mean, compared to yesterday, we're actually seeing green on the chart, which is nice. Yesterday was a lot of red. I still got a couple little dabbles of red, but for the most part, everything is starting to come up a little bit today. It may not have came up a lot, but it you know, at least moving in the right direction, which is what we want to see. So that's good. A lot of crypto news. New York Giants getting in on the crypto markets. Seen that, the New York Giants NFL team. And then you got the of course there was Gensler was talking about the crypto and there's a lot of stuff. Of course, you know, NFTs, we're talking about a little bit about that. So it was interesting today. There was a lot of news today. A lot of cool news articles. One says Doge will go up, but not sure about the rest of crypto. Oh. So you don't think Bitcoin will rise? I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like anytime maybe you might be right. I don't know. I feel like Bitcoin would be like 60 something. 60K. That's it. I think it goes up to like from 55 to 60 something and it goes back down. Of course, it got what, 66 or something last time. It was pretty high. So we'll see. I'm saying specifically about SNL effects. So you think just Doge just gonna shoot and that's it and whatever. That those will just kind of stay normal. I got you. That makes sense. We're under a minute. Under a minute. I tell you what. I don't know how my voice is even still working because this excuse me, this like cough thing that I got going on. Trying to get over this this thing. But I'm hanging in there. Arnold says a pump and dump aimed towards $1 most likely to occur on Doge leading up to SNL. It's going to be interesting. Okay, so that's the thing. So I'm gonna have to do the show like in advance of SNL. 30 seconds. You guys have to let me know. What do you think would be a good time for me to start the show? All right, so SNL is what? It's just what, like Saturday Night Live? Honestly, I don't even know what time it starts. I'd have to look it up. Isn't it like 11 p.m. or something? Eastern time? We got it out here at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Ring that closing bell. AMC getting a big old pop out of the chart right there at the end. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 p.m. on this May 7th, 2021, Friday. We have ended the week, and we are in after hours. Let's get a quick rundown. All right, AMC ended at 951, up 5.67%, with volume of 37.17 mil, at a high of 979 and a low of 914. GameStop, taking a look at it, 161.08, down, up 0.04%. So just barely up there. 161.08 with a volume of 2.86 mil, with a high of 167.41 and a low of 157.50. HOFV, you know me. Oh man, down 2%. Come on, $3.38 on 2.29 mil volume with a high of 362 and a low of 338. Of course, we were following FCX. Yo, Juan says, hey, I'm gonna put something in on it, and then next week, if it's up, I'm gonna give you some of it. I was like, oh, Juan, you the man. I help you so much. All right, so thank you. But FCX, I'll go ahead and say 43.99, 4.56% today. Volume of 31.69 mil with a high of 44.50, a low of 41.91. And then I'm going to go ahead and hit the session top movers of the day. Number one was IHT at 40.98%. Number two was VEL at 34.43%, and that was the session movers for today. Taking a look at some of the other stocks as we go down through the list here. DLPN, taking a look at it, it was down 1%. CIDM had some nice news earlier. Big news, twice today, actually, news. They got rid of some debt and then talked about how they're increasing on their ads revenue, which is awesome. 0.82% up today. CSCW was up 0.97%. WiseKey went down 1%. Let's see here. SHIP was up almost 10%. So SHIP had a nice day. It had one shippy of a day. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm trying to find something to say there. Pong, Atari's up. And then Tesla looks like it was up 1%. Yeah, we talked about Tesla. And then crypto markets, ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Doge are up. Litecoin down just about 1%. But look at Doge is up almost 10% right now, 62.96. So Doge doing pretty good right now, and we're expecting it to continue upward. So there you go. Greg is giving me the big smiles, and let's see here. Arnold said 951 diamond hands, baby. Anyway, got to do our top four trending at 4 as I hit the refresh according to Stocktwits. Number 4. Hit it. It's Bitfarms, BFARF, Barf. That's what I'm talking about. Up 30%. Number 3, Ethereum Classic ETCX down 17.62%. Number 2, IPOE, which is Social Capital, 9.97% up. And the number 1 trending stock right now, CCIV, according to Stocktwits, Churchill Capital, it's up 2.16%. So there you go. That's the rundown, ladies and gentlemen. That's the update. That's the end of the day. Woohoo! All right, I gotta know. What do you think is a good time? What do you think is a good time for me to start the SNL show? Let's see. Probably should just start like at 9. Like 9 p.m.-ish, 9:30-ish, something like that. Should probably just do that. Go from 9 all the way through. Because it says tomorrow at 10 p.m. Then it says tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. So do they just run back-to-back episodes? It says SNL starts 11:30 Eastern. 10, so do they just play like the previous weeks or something? Because they're showing at 10 p.m. over here. They must play like the previous week's SNL or something. So 11:30. So that's what I should just do. I should just start at 9 and just roll all the way through if I can. That'd be smart. That way I get to at least a run up with Doge and whatever. So I might do that. I might do 9 o'clock. As long as I ain't got nothing crazy going on. No, I'll try 9. If not, then I'll start at 10. But we'll get it squared regardless. And so I plan on doing that tomorrow evening. So y'all gotta come party with me tomorrow night. Maybe I'll bring out, I don't know. I don't know if that's how legal that is. Depending on how much cold medicine I have to take. But maybe I'll bring out the beers or something tomorrow night. We'll have a little powwow, a little SNL party night. A little pop the chart party night. What y'all think about that? Yeah, y'all smiling right now. Y'all like, oh, that sounds fun. You're like, that sounds fun. I like that. Elon, baby. Arnold says, I got you. Yeah. Oh, that's epic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go rest my voice because I'm about to lose it. Excuse me. Oh, you hear that? That's whatever this funk is. I just need to get it gone. So I'm going to go like relax and rest for a minute. And then, whatever, and hopefully I'll be better. Like I felt better yesterday. Today, for some reason, it's just like trying to get it. I don't know. I need an exorcism. That's what it is. I need an exorcism of whatever this is. Like just get it gone. I'll feel better. But so anyway, let's go down through it. So Juan, Arnold, Gregory. I'm gonna go through it. Here we go through the list, ladies and gentlemen. Joey, yo, hi-fi. And that's all because I don't get everybody's name from earlier because it just, my power went out. So what can I say? I only have so many names. But thank you to each and every one of you. I appreciate it. Especially those who donated through Cash App. Thank you so much. And Juan for saying, hey, yo, FCX, I'm gonna get you. We're gonna see how much we make on this. I appreciate that. Y'all rock. Yes, y'all mean a lot to me. Right here. Gorillas! Drop some gorillas in the chat right now. Hit it. All right. I will see you all again tomorrow night. I'm going to do it. SNL right here. Be ready. We're going to have a fun night. Get that rest. Yeah. See you soon. Thank you to each and every one of you. I hope you all have a great Friday evening. Or, well, I don't know. Maybe Saturday morning if you're way ahead of me on a different time zone. Regardless, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. How about that? And you know, time out. Is it Mother's Day this weekend? Is it Mother's Day is this weekend, isn't it? Isn't it Mother's Day? Before I sign off here, I think Mother's Day is this weekend. Oh, it is. It's Sunday. So y'all, don't forget, Don't forget your mamas. Don't forget your mamas. All right, I got a couple mamas I gotta take care of. So don't let me forget. It's Mother's Day, y'all. Yeah. So hey, kiss those mothers for me. All right, kiss those mothers for me. Tell them I said your mother's a rock. If you're a mom, you're awesome, right? We love you right here. Pop the chart. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. If I don't get a chance to say it tomorrow, happy Mother's Day. Boom, boom, boom. Bye. Corey, pop the chart, your host. See ya.
sit down. Shut up and sit down. and sit down. Shut up and sit down. and sit down. Shut up and sit down. sit down. Shut up and sit down.